Here, I'm doing Joe's PE tomorrow. Sorry.
Good evening. I'm going to call the Budget Committee for May 13th to order and ask the city recorder to call the roll, please.
Bruce Anderson.
Here.
Kathy Clark. Here. Sarita Cross.
Oh, excused.
Lori Christopher.
Here.
Jane Erb.
Excused.
Kyle Duran.
Here.
Daniel Kohler.
Here.
Susan London. Here. Melissa Martin. Here. Marlene Parsons.
Here.
Shani Starr. Here. Jonathan Thompson.
Here.
Elaine Wilson. Here.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here for round two. One quick announcement. Matthew Stahlheim is not with us tonight. It was discovered after the meeting last night that he has moved out of Kaiser and is no longer eligible to serve. So he is no longer a member of the Budget Committee. We thank him for his previous service and wish him well. I don't have anybody signed up for public testimony tonight. Is there anybody here who wants to testify? Going once, going twice. All right. We ended last night, well, didn't end last night, but there was a lot of discussion about where we were with the various fee increases. So with the committee's permission, I'd like to have Mr. Wood walk us through the fee information he kindly provided for us. Sir, the floor is yours.
Sure, thank you. As requested, I put an analysis together. I apologize. I kind of get in the mode where I realize I have about 20 different businesses that I run. And so I treat each of our funds as a separate business. So my mind doesn't necessarily put them all together, but I can definitely see how that would be beneficial for you folks to see the total package of what we're dealing with. So at your folks' request, I put together an analysis. If you go to page 2, this basically breaks it up between residential, multifamily, commercial, for what a typical, I guess probably not necessarily typical, but what a resident or a housing complex or a large box retailer could reasonably expect to see if you were to accept the manager recommended budget. So I did identify that there was a formula error on the residential yesterday for the 416. That actually included a full bi-monthly bill for water instead of just one monthly amount. So I've corrected that. So when we look at a residential customer, assuming you folks decide to move forward with the manager recommended budget, they'd be looking at a monthly increase of $397. If you factor in the sewer, which was previously approved by the city council, that's again the pass-through from Salem, we're looking at $5.88 per month increase on their utility bill. Multifamily and commercial get a little bit wonky. They have different variables going on. Some of them have higher stormwater fees. Obviously with multifamily, the police and the parks fee, they get hit for each unit there, where commercial only gets hit for one unit of police and parks. Moving on to page 3, dig a little bit deeper. For the stormwater system, again, this system, we got caught a little bit flat-footed. We had some big projects that snuck up on us. And that's why you're seeing probably a larger than anticipated increase. We haven't increased the fee since January 2020, so it has been many years. However, we're looking for $187,000 or basically a $1.92 per month increase in the per equivalent service unit. I pulled forward some, I guess the revenue is going to be used primarily for capital outlay projects. Again, you can see the breakdown of the single family resident, multifamily, commercial at the bottom. The chart to the right I just pulled forward from our long range planning document. Obviously, it's going to be somewhat of an apples to oranges comparison as cities operate things a little bit differently. So just to put a little bit of perspective of where we land as far as the stormwater fee goes. Moving to page 4. The water system, we're looking at a 1% increase this year, approximately $15,000. You can see the revised chart at the bottom, where residential is really looking at about 19 cents per month. A multifamily is looking at about $1.89 and commercial at 58 cents. And again, this will be used for the ongoing water main replacement project. The comparison chart to the right, again from our long-range planning document, again, apples to oranges potentially, but at least gives you a little bit of perspective of where our fees typically land. Moving on to page 5, police and the park services fee. For the park, we're looking at an increase in revenue of $84,000 through a $1 increase per month for single family, and 86 cents per month increase for multifamily dwellings. This revenue will be primarily used to finish the Bob Newton Family Park project. The police, we're looking at about $74,000 through an 86 cent per month increase for single family residents, 74 cents increase for multifamily dwellings. And you can see the chart there of how that breaks out on a per monthly basis for those folks. The last page, just kind of the giggles again. Adding fees to utility bills is kind of the new area where cities are identifying revenue, potential areas for revenue. This is obviously, again, apples to oranges, just kind of showing you some of the other cities in Oregon and what they have added to their utility bills. You can tell that we're right in the middle at $10.90 for our police and park fees. With that, we obviously have a lot of discussion to be had on our utility funds. So I guess at this point, I'll throw it back to the committee chair and we can decide if you want to continue on with the general fund or if we want to go back and address the utilities.
Sure, before we do that, are there any questions about what, Susan?
What constitutes a multifamily? What constitutes multifamily?
In this case, when we're looking at the analysis, it's a 74-unit apartment complex. However, for us, anything multifamily would be a duplex or bigger.
So duplexes would pay that much higher rate even though there's only 2 of them?
But it's the example that you're seeing in here is a 74-unit apartment complex. For, say, a duplex, they're only paying like 2 of the police and park fees instead of 74.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Good question.
Counselor Starr. Okay. Any other questions about these fees? Yeah, Mr. Anderson.
So, sorry, I called on you, I'm sorry.
Okay, no, you're fine. Just so I apologize for kind of an ignorant question here, Tim, but I'm not up to snuff on exactly what, kind of to finish the Bob Newton Family Park improvements. What's the budget on that and how much, what are we doing there to wrap it
Sure.
up?
I'm actually going to turn it over to Mr. Lawyer. He has all the details for us.
That's actually good because Mr. Lawyer did ask me if he could say a few words before we started today, and this is a good time for that too, while we're at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank you all for staying late last night so I could work through the budgets. I wasn't sure if I was going to be here today. Most of you know already, but I will tell those of you that don't, I'm being treated for throat cancer and I had chemo this morning. So I didn't know how I was going to react to it. My first treatment went fine, no issues, but I couldn't count on that. So that's why I wanted to get through everything last night. So I appreciate you staying late so I could do that. So now I'll answer questions on the parks. Get to that page. Oop, backwards. We've identified $360,800 for park improvements next year.
What page?
That is page 130, line 24.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I picked the wrong line. That's the transfer. I knew that number was too obvious. This is page 131, line 62, 398, 200. The bulk of that is for completion of Bob Newton Park, which is what I mentioned last night, is resurfacing and I'm gonna say relocating the tennis court a little bit to the south to provide more room for parking, some paved parking along the alleyway, not paving the alleyway, just the parking spots, and then a path. We're proposing a concrete path, sidewalk, if you will, 6 feet wide that goes from the end of Mandarin Way to the new tennis court location, which again is just basically the same place, just moved south a little bit, and then connecting over to the new playground. So that's what's involved with the Bob Newton project.
Thanks.
Ms. Martin?
So I just wanted to ask a question of the council and the city. I know at our long-range task force meeting, we talked about having public listening sessions on the fees and how people felt about them. And we talked about this in March, and I thought that we might have had some kind of listening session by now so that we could make a better decision in terms of how people feel, in terms of supporting their police and parks through these fees.
Rob?
So we did talk about that, and I think it was particularly focused on the public safety services that we have. What we've put here in the public safety is a very minimal amount, knowing that the budget committee, long range planning task force committee, asked us to go out and make a case for sustaining us more long-term. So, like, the increase to the police fee is under $1, and that does not get us anywhere near right-sizing revenues over our expenditures, because we understand the direction we got was go out and make a business case. So what the minimal amount that we put in here was just to get us by in the short term. We also came out of that too with the direction of let's do more than the minimum amount required, like by statute, which is sometimes not much. So this time we did a couple extra Facebook posts of the fees prior to the budget meeting, and we advertised in the paper also. We actually did that with a fee that where we increased a rental cost out at the turf field too, this just a month or so ago. So we've been trying to go a little bit, go beyond the minimum requirements for every time we're going to consider a fee or a cost change, that we get it out there and give the people an opportunity to do that. So the paper for some of our community works best. Also then for other parts of our community, the social media works. But in terms of right sizing the ship for our public safety costs, that's a bigger task that our executive leadership team has brainstormed on, and we'll probably, assuming that's still the direction, resume and pick up pretty swiftly after the budget's done.
Are there further questions for Tim? Yes.
Just a
Councilor
comment, I thought the Kaiser Times was pretty effective, sharing that fees may be increasing. It was a front page headline.
The radio too.
Oh, radio said?
Yep, the radio did.
So we're getting the message out because we're hearing back from folks.
Yeah, Ms. Martin?
So we got the message out, but did we get any feedback? I mean, we only got a few.
Letters.
Well, we got what, 5?
Yes.
That wasn't that's not enough that doesn't really tell us anything.
Right.
Ms. Wilson?
Thank you. So we reached out through Kaiser Times and social media. Now, for instance, I get Kaiser Times through social media, and some folks don't have social medias or don't sign up for the newspaper. So what other outreach could we have done or should we be doing for folks that they don't use those tools?
Yeah, the radio is the other tool that we use too. We're limited to the tools that are available to us, short of hanging door knockers on, which would be probably a little unrealistic for the whole community. Well, and when we do something to make this bigger case for long-term sustainability, then that's definitely the level that we need to do it. And I hear from the people that were here when they did the police fee in the parks, that it was on everybody's reader boards across the community, the business community, and signs, and so that's the level. I think we'll try to learn from the successes of that part, and then we're always willing to take more suggestions to get it out.
Ms. London?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I on?
Yes, but we have to talk
Thank
really
you.
close.
Thank you. It was on KBZY this morning about the fee increases and everything, every time they put the news on. But my question is, as I mentioned to Mr. Wood earlier, is there a way that we have some people who are very anti the park fee increase and some who are in favor of it? Can we do that as a volunteer kind of thing and only charge those who really want to pay for that?
Well, the answer is yes, that it can be done.
Just send the money in.
Yep.
Okay, are there further questions? All right, so I guess I need to know what you guys want to do. Last night, we left, by my notes, we left stormwater, water facility replacement, parks and park improvements. We heard those presentations, but we did not vote because those are all wrapped up with these fees. So do we want to come to some consensus about what we're going to do with the fees and then continue on through the budgets? Do we want to continue on through the budgets and come back at the end? What are folks feeling like? Counselor Starr.
I feel like going through the rest of the budget because I think we have another fee that is in the last part of the budget that is part of this presentation, so.
Okay. Folks okay with that? All right, so next up, we have the non-departmental resources. It's page 135 in your binders. Mr. Wood.
Okay. Thank you all for coming back. I always get worried that people aren't going to show, and we'll have a third and fourth budget meeting, so thanks for coming back. If you flip to page 134, the general fund is a fund where we're going to vote on the entire thing all at once. So this is a program budget, so you'll see here that we're going to basically be voting on the entire thing when we get through all the presentations. What I do want you to see on page 134, the very bottom, the revenues in excess of current expenditures. As Adam indicated yesterday during the budget message, we are about $2,083,100 upside down. That's not uncommon for us to budget more in expenses than revenues. However, this dollar amount is much more than what we've seen in the past. If you go back to the budgeted 24-25, you can see that we budgeted a loss of $621,900. And then our historical pattern that's been in existence since I've been around is we budget more on expenses than revenues, and then we try to save as much as we can throughout the year to try to come to a zero net loss, net income. That keeps the pressure on the city to provide as much services as possible. That's great until you can't do that. At some point, that model will probably break, and we're getting to that point where realistically, there's no way that we're going to be able to save $2 million over the next year. Having said that, that's been part of our financial plan. Our Mount Doom the illustration that we talked about during the long-range planning, We realize that we're going to be spending more than we're taking in with the hopes of getting to 2029, when we'll have a few things that'll free us up with a little bit more cash. So that's why you're seeing that big upside down. If there's one thing in the city that does make me uncomfortable, it's that being upside down and having to save, because that means I have to say no to everyone all year long, and that's no fun. So with that, I would say we can move to the next page, although I see we have a question.
Question? Yeah, Councilor Christopher.
Really just a comment. So, but very affirmative things are taking place. And those affirmative things are the property that we have since sold. So we have proceeds from that property. I understand that we want to pay either the PERS situation with the retirees or pay our PERS down, but that is still a choice. And worst case scenario, Tim, so that you'll sleep better, we could peel off $1.2 million, and then it would be zero, and then you would feel better.
I would feel better for 1 year at least, yeah.
Exactly.
Any other questions? Oh, Mayor Clark.
So what I partly heard was, yes, we're budgeting, we are doing a spending plan based on what we anticipate will be the revenue, but not really. Because the intention, and I think this has always been the case, is to spend less than what is budgeted, so we have something to carry forward. My concern is that, are we realistically accounting for the real cost of doing business? Are we being very frank about how much things really cost? Or are we trying to skate by and push things into the future, and then the future arrives, and it may have arrived now, where we have to face the true costs of personnel, materials, inflation, and the unfunded mandates from the state that keep whacking us aside the head. Those things that's the biggest one we can't control, is the 911 center, and we can't control PERS.
Yeah.
The side account is brilliant because it's going to return more of our dollars to our control that are not in our control. So while we could peel off some dollars to get us by for a year, the side account is going to set us up long-term.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate that thinking and that long-range vision. But I want to be really cognizant that what we're doing here tonight in terms of the expenditures are realistic, and we're not telling staff, yeah, we're budgeting for this, but we expect you to not spend it. And put you guys in a really difficult spot of having to go cheap or forego what you really need. That's our job, to provide for the true needs, true costs to run the city. So I want to be as crystal clear as possible in that process, so we know what we're actually budgeting for and how the dollars that we are entrusted with are being used. But I don't want to put you guys in a spot of, yeah, we budgeted this, but just kidding.
Mr. Brown.
So, so we recognize that the expenditures are far above the budgeted revenues. But fortunately, we have a rainy day fund. And that's the plan, is to use that rainy day fund for the continuity of services for the community. And if we can get that PERS paid down and also sell additional land and get to 29, then we can get closer to a long-term sustainable budget. We actually talked about the vacancies in the general fund this afternoon in our executive leadership team, and we see many of them still continuing to roll into next fiscal year, just because we're not able to replace them as fast as we would like to. And it's not for a lack of trying, too. It seems like we're chasing our tail on the police officer positions, because we have a lot of our officers that are retiring or moving on. So even with offers we're handing out, seems like on a weekly basis, we have more coming open. So we know that we'll save a certain amount of this, probably a good chunk. We won't save $2 million. So we'll be relying on that rainy day fund. But we probably safely know that we can save a couple $100,000 from the rolling vacancies.
Further questions? All right, Mr. Wood?
Okay, page 135. This is our non-departmental resources. This is kind of the junk drawer for all the revenues. Includes the majority of what funds the general fund. We are starting off pretty well. If you look at line 3, the unrestricted beginning balance, we're starting off the year with about 5.1 million. That is kind of the rainy day fund. Those are the funds that we'll use to draw down over the next several years to keep the ship afloat, per se. If you look at the taxes, we are looking at about a 3% increase in our regular property taxes. Our past due collections continue to come in at about 100,000-ish range. The wild card a little bit is our sales tax. We do have one sales tax within the city that I'm not supposed to talk about. 189,000. It does continue to see a slight increase. I thought it would be going down a little bit, but not so much.
Didn't you say in our long-range planning task force that you anticipated the tax increases to get us 3.7%? How did that 0.7?
No, I don't recall a 3.7. We have had like a 3.3, 3.4 in the past. So there is potential for a little bit of upside. It all depends on how many permits and stuff we issue for new development. So typically about October, when the county sends us the property tax information, we'll have a little bit better feel. So there's probably a little bit of upside, probably not to 0.7 level. Historically, it's been 0.2 or 0.3-ish range. And that usually equates to, $20,000-ish.
Mayor had. So we do have some good things coming on that won't come on the rolls this year, but next year with the new hotel. Not only will that provide transient lodging tax, but also property tax for that building. Also, hopefully the property on the northwest corner of Lock Haven and Kaiser Station Boulevard and the Cane's Chicken and the Discount Tire has also been submitted permits for Area D. So there are some, and of course they've done some spec buildings there in Area D behind Chick-fil-A. So those, we'll see the property taxes off those as soon as they receive occupancy permits. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a bill moving through right now that's going to provide some funding for county assessors to start getting after bringing up their assessments. Marion County's not one of them that has languished for 30 years, but I was stunned to hear that there are some of our 36 counties that have just decided to give up on adjusting their assessed values, which has really hurt the basic property tax, which is based on these calculated assessed values. Has there been any conversation with Marion County assessors as to what their level of backlog might be, and if we be seeing some improvements if this bill should pass to provide additional assessment services after they skim off a percentage from the top to pay for that? That's in the bill. That's not it's in the bill. They'll do skim.
I have not had any conversations with Marion County, so it's a good question that we can pose to them.
Thank you.
Please continue.
License and fees, this is the second largest category for us. Electric franchise, we are going to be seeing an increase. There is some talk of additional rate increases with the electric franchise folks. We'll wait to see, so there could be a little bit of upside there. Natural gas, we've seen a steady decline downwards. So folks are not using natural gas. It tends to be kind of seasonal, so we're just not seeing as much use there. Telephone and cable TV, both are dropping like anchors. People are just, I've said it before, people are cutting the cord and not going back. So that's been a little bit of a pause. On the positive note, the garbage franchise fees are doing well. So they've had a few rate increases, and you're seeing the annualized impact of those rate increases.
Make a point that it's not because of our franchises, but because of their own fees. I'll make. So just wanted to make sure people understood that the increase in those franchise fees is not because of the new franchise agreements that we, or the city council approved. We didn't change the rate at all, but their cost increases eventually leads to an increase for the city of Kaiser, because it's a percentage of their fees. So just make sure everybody understood that.
And that's really the big highlights as far as the franchise license and fees go. Going to intergovernmental, this has really been the big pause for me this year. Cigarette tax continues to decline at a pretty rapid pace. Unfortunately, liquor taxes, y'all aren't doing your part. As we talked about during the long-range planning task force meeting, liquor taxes have taken a hit this year for a couple of reasons. One, overall consumption is down. So I do attribute that, no more day drinking, people are going back to work. The other piece is the OLCC decided they needed to build a big shiny warehouse. They had an initial, I think it was about $60 million budget for a warehouse that turned into about 130 million. And they got to claw back some of the revenue that would normally come to cities to be able to pay for that. Right. When we look at that, I mean, we're basically down a couple 100,000, which is a big hit for our budget. That is a position in, any of our departments when you factor in all the benefits, so.
We were expecting to see a bump after the long-range planning task force, though. So. Expecting to see a bump after our last meeting.
Right. Miscellaneous, it's going to continue to be consistent with the prior year. A little bit of a wild card with interest rates. So far, we haven't seen a big change as far as the interest revenue that we're receiving. So I'm hoping that it's going to be a repeat of the fairly good year that we've had this year and last year.
Are there any other questions on the Yep, Councilor Starr.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Stadium rent? Can you explain and how that works?
Sure.
And then I have a follow-up on that.
I guess it's Roto-Rooter Stadium now, I think is who they are. Whenever you go there, the folks there have to pay us if you park your car there. So I think we get 50 cents a car when you park. The second component is when they put on events in the parking lot, we get a percentage. I believe it's 0.5%. Don't quote me on that piece, but we get a piece of their revenue. So they've been fairly consistent over time, about 40 to 45,000 for the last several years.
So when people went to buy Christmas trees this year, did they have to pay $5 a car to park?
They should have, yes.
Okay.
The people going to the event don't necessarily have to, but that's why whenever you go there, you'll see someone at the entrance with a clicker. They're keeping track of how many cars are coming in.
Cute. And I bet. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Follow up?
Yes.
So on that, is there a clause that allows us to renegotiate that at all? And what about the naming of that? Did we have a say since we own the land?
That is a good question. I would have to follow up with Joe Lindsay when he's back in the office.
And so we
Right.
don't, there's no clause to renegotiate the parking fee or anything like that? as our costs have gone up?
Mr. Lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't speak to the parking fees or the money that we collect. I did review the lease agreement recently, last week, for the naming, because I was requested to replace the signs at Kaiser Station that say Volcano Stadium with Rotary Park. We're working on a cost to give to the Mavericks League to pay for that. And in my review of, excuse me, the lease, there's nothing that prohibits them from renaming the stadium, and they don't need the city's permission or input or anything. It's really up to them. So that piece I know is accurate because I read through the agreement just recently to find that out last week, but I think it was Thursday morning, so.
And so there's no revenue sharing or anything that comes to the city when they do deals like that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And I have one more.
Yep.
Thank you. Line 35, rental and property income at 15,100. What is that?
Sure. Good question. That's our Cordelio lease.
Thank you.
The purchase option there.
Okay.
And we're going to be seeing that number increase every year, I believe, by
Right.
about 5,000.
Thank you for refreshing my memory on that.
Any further questions on this budget? We don't need to vote on this till we get to the end, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Mayor Clark?
Thank you. So, the footnote on this one says ground lease for the Kaiser Heritage, which I believe is the 100. Oh, and then the purchase option, never mind, and that's what you call Cordelia, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on this budget? All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, moving on to page 137. This is the non-departmental requirements. This truly is junk drawer. A little bit of everything is thrown in here. We have basically some general fund overhead type of costs. So you see our public notices, legal services. That's for things that, just suddenly pop up. Right now, we're doing a lot of legal services related to some forfeiture stuff, and that's why you're seeing some dollars there. The increase in administrative service charges, that's the administrative service fund that we talked about yesterday. You're seeing a little bit of a change in the allocation, a little bit more of it headed towards the general fund. And that's based off of the projects that the city attorney, city manager have been working on over the last, I guess it's a rolling 3 years that we recalculate that over. But unfortunately also, you're seeing a big increase, and that's going to be PERS again, just that compensation cost increasing. Let's see. We are increasing the volunteer recognition. After many years, we realized $300 isn't cutting it anymore. So we're going to be increasing that a little bit. And other than that, not a lot of excitement in materials and services. If we look at the transfers, there is going to be some excitement here. We are going to be looking at transferring $350,000 to the PERS obligation fund. And again, that's to deal with the PERS 457 issue that we've been resolving over the last couple of years. Transfer to the park service fund, as Bill Lawyer indicated yesterday, by chart, or I guess by our financial policies, we're supposed to do at least 2.5% to the parks. Historically, we've been between 2.7 and 3. This year, I believe we're at like 2.7 as far as the transfer goes. So we're still compliant with our financial policies. We've been talking about the PEG fund for many years. So this is the first year that we're going to have to do a little bit of a transfer from the general fund to the PEG fund to pay for our K-23 broadcasting. Having said that, when we get to that fund, we are working on a few things to figure out how to streamline that and reduce the costs there to make it more sustainable into the future. And finally, I think this is the last payment for the police radio system. $30,000 is going back to the Transportation Improvement Fund, and this will be the last year we have that transfer.
All right, Mr. Johnson, and then Mayor Clark. And
Thank
then
you.
Councilor Christopher.
Tim, can you talk a little bit about the increase in line 15 on offsite property maintenance? What is that, offsite property maintenance?
Sure. We have some properties throughout the city where we pay to do like mowing, that kind of stuff. The increase that you're seeing is us taking care of the Heritage Center. So we've entered into an agreement with them that will take over the landscaping around that building. And that's why you're seeing the increase there.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Clark?
Oh, thank you. On the PEG fund, and I know we'll talk about this more later when you get into that specific fund. When looking at how some of those are allocated, some of them are for, recording and broadcasting events. So as part of the offset, are we going to be able to talk about maybe moving some of those over to TOT since they are travel and tourism related? And my second question would be, would that offset some of the need for the PEG fund transfer here, or is this just an inevitability because we have run out of the old money?
We have run out of the old money. However, I'm still open to your concept of moving some of the other costs to the TOT.
Thank you.
Councilor Christopher?
So it's just a little bit, the Art Walk artist stipends for $2,400. Mayor, didn't you want that moved to TLT?
It did, yeah, if you will note, and thank you very much for that question, that was the actual in 23, 24.
Oh, you're right.
And that
Sorry.
did get moved, because I have a note here, and I went and double checked, just like you just did.
Okay. That's all.
Further questions on this fund? So, the neighborhood associations have a $2,200 ask that hasn't been funded yet. If that were to be funded, would it be funded from here?
That is correct.
Wait a minute.
And so you take it out of contingency probably?
I would probably just throw it in and we'd take it out of ending fund balance.
Okay. Okay, just curious, thank you. Any further questions on this fund? Mayor Clark?
So if we want to make a change regarding the transfer to TOT, looking at the costs for the, I didn't tab my PEG fund. Oh, look at that, went right to it. Looking at the Kaiser Fest Parade, Holiday Lights Parade recordings, that's 2,900. And I'm not sure which other ones could be moved over to TOT, but look at maybe moving some of those over there, since they are related to events and tourism. And that could reduce some that we have to transfer in from, I know it's a small amount, but I think in terms of planning ahead, since we are out of the old money, it might be a good idea to get that started now.
I think that's right, and I think let's put it where it goes.
So I'm gonna have to work on some and I can work on that with Mr. Wood. That's a change we could probably make during our final deliberations. It's a small change,
Yep,
but I'd
correct.
like to at least get ready for that,
Okay.
to move events over.
Further questions on this fund? All right, moving on to planning. Shane's been waiting for 2 days for this.
With bated breath.
Thank you, Chair and Budget Committee members. And I know not just I've been waiting for this, but I know all of you have been waiting for this, the highlight of our budget process. Yeah, so the planning fund, as you can see, we don't use certain words that are hyphenated and have, you know, two different words that go together, but our budget is largely unchanged from previous years, so we'll just go with that. The increases are seen in areas that Mr. Wood so concisely put last night. Basically, you know, some wages, some cost of living, retirement, insurance. Other than that, I do want to take an opportunity to brag on the planning department, not me specifically, but the staff. We're a department of 4 people, and we have distinct functions of land use planning, building permit administration, review and coordination. Megan does an amazing job with that. Code enforcement lives in the planning department, so many of you know Ben Crosby. He is legitimately one of the best code officers in the state of Oregon. He does an amazing job keeping our community livable. As you see from the numbers in the overall budget document, it's done literally on kind of a shoestring budget, right? So, you know, they really do a great job. Resources are always a challenge, and I know that funds that are coming after, or budgets that are coming after this are much larger budgets. But there's also an element where the planning department works across departmentally with others as well. So I thank you for what you're doing, and I would be remiss to say, Dina, our assistant planner, also does an amazing job, and it's a heavy lift with a small department. Mayor Clark had referenced state mandates, and we felt that real heavy in the planning world over the last few years, so we've had to constantly respond with maybe not quite enough resources or expertise. They've supported us, but it's been busy, it's been tough, but it's a really good team, and so I just wanted to take an opportunity to let you all know how great they are, because they are amazing people. And I think the city gets a really good deal for them. So, thank you. If you have questions,
All right,
I'm happy to
thank you.
answer
Mayor Clark.
them.
Thank you very much. I completely concur, especially the ability that Mr. Crosby has for being able to engage with people, even when it's a difficult conversation, and bring people along to a reasonable conclusion. Resourcing him, looking at line 41, nuisance abatement. I know it's an increase from, well, only 10,000 was spent, but I know that cleaning up properties, especially some of the ones that are being encountered with camps and so forth, can be costly. I'm wondering why it wasn't all expended. I want to make sure that all of that gets used for that purpose, because I don't want to not do a property because we're concerned about the cost. That we have enough here, that if it's a derelict property, there's some homes that we're both aware of that are a problem, and they haven't been, there's sometimes a delay in abatement and concern for cost. Is there enough, and do we have enough impetus to make sure it gets done? I'm seeing the smiles of, well, yeah, kind of no.
Sure. And I'll take a stab at it. So, the 15,000 that we put in the budget for the last few years is actually, for years, we would put $5,000 in the budget every year for nuisance abatement. And it definitely was a struggle. We upped that several years ago. And it's interesting because this year we're projecting that we're going to spend $10,000 of that. Now that being said, I know over the last couple of weeks, code enforcement is ramped heavy. And we have several properties that are kind of yearly. We end up having to do abatements on them. With inflation in the marketplace, we're paying a lot more for abatements than we did at one point in time as well. So we projected that we wouldn't get through all of that money earlier in the year when Tim was working to put this through, but we might be going through all of that money. Those very large projects that you're alluding to, like some of the bigger derelict properties that maybe are dangerous buildings that would need to be removed. There's a number of factors that go into that. I think that ultimately if we had a blank check, sure, we could be a lot more aggressive. So I'm happy to receive a blank check from the budget committee. I think in the overall, when we look at it, if there's something that arises to a level of community interest, Mr. Wood has assured me that we might have to come to council and look at a budget adjustment for doing a project like that. So I think I'm fairly comfortable with what we're proposing. I think it's sensible and responsible from our end. I would hate to put a ton more money in there with just the uncertainty, because ideally our goal is not to go in and take care of other people's problems. Our goal is really to educate them and get them to take personal responsibility for the problems that their properties are creating. So does that help answer it?
Yes, and may I have a follow-up, please? Thank you. And then I think Ms. Martin wants after. With the rising cost of disposal, with the shutdown of Covanta, and we have to truck our waste farther down to Coffin Butte and so forth. I also have the question, was that factored in for being able to dispose of materials? And I know that camps in particular can generate a tremendous amount of material to dispose of very quickly. And I know that other cities have had hideous disposal costs related to that. I know our pick count showed 13, but that's only because you, Ben, our police, and our community really keep an eye out that people should not be living in these horrific conditions in our city, and have really been staying on top of that. But I just want to make sure that we factored in some of the inflationary costs that may impact our ability to provide that service. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Ms. Martin?
So I did have a question about the difference in what actual revenue we've received and what we budgeted. it's about a almost $37,000 difference. So I'm just kind of curious why we're budgeting, are expecting so much less than what we've actually brought in.
Sure, you're talking in the building and land use fees section? Yeah, so this is a hard one. I definitely don't have a crystal ball for when developers decide to pull the trigger and actually develop things. If we knew ahead of time, it would be a lot easier to project those revenues. We've been surprised the last few years. I don't want to get into talking about like apartments right now, but we had additional starts in the building community for housing and other projects that weren't really on our horizon necessarily, and some pretty big projects that came in, which is kind of what's reflect that big bump. So we try to look at what kind of land use things have we approved throughout the year and mostly because we're in an infill situation in Kaiser and we don't have a lot of large, massive areas of land. And, honestly, the hotel coming in was kind of a surprise. We knew they'd master planned for it, but we didn't know it was coming until it just kind of like, oh no, they really have somebody. They're not just talking about it. So there are things where we don't always know what they're coming. So because we have no control over it, we do try to keep it on the conservative side of things, but that's the best I can do. I mean, Mr. Wood might be able to speak better to it than me, so. Yeah, it's hard to know, like, we have quite a few projects that we think are coming, but I'm not sure that we're gonna actually see those revenues of those fees in this next fiscal year. And if we do, bonus, but I don't wanna bank on it, so.
Thank you very much.
Further questions on this budget? All right, moving on. This budget will have zero discussion, I'm sure. Police operations.
Actually,
Are
could we
you
go
skipping
back to
municipal-
131?
Oh, I skipped municipal court, look at that.
Because I was about to agree.
Literally
I was
gonna have
just
no
so
discussion.
excited. I was excited, exactly. So, okay, put a pin in that. Check your excitement. We're gonna talk about municipal court first.
I'm excited about municipal court.
Okay, hey.
Okay.
You do you, buddy.
So really, the only thing that we have going on in municipal court, we have one FTE that's dedicated to this. You're seeing the increase in PERS costs. We are reducing the interagency assessments. So every citation that we process, a portion of those revenues, we have to siphon off to other agencies. So you're seeing that component drop, and that's based off of the expected municipal court fines revenues coming in. We have seen those level off a little bit and starting to pick up again. The municipal court revenues really are tied closely to the motor officers that we have, and we're starting to ramp those back up again. So at this point, I think we've kind of hit the bottom as far as the municipal court revenues, and we should see potentially some increases in the coming years. And that's municipal court. Be glad to take a lot of questions.
Questions on municipal court? Okay, now we get to get excited.
All right. So this is the exciting one. I'm not going to steal too much of the thunder. However, I did want to point out that there is kind of a little funky, wonky thing here. Last year, we did allocate some of the ending fund balance, reserve some of that for the police department. You're actually seeing that in the general fund support. I should have broken out a little piece there to include some of that as far as the current year revenue. So I apologize for that. But essentially most of the funds in the general fund are police related, so that's kind of what you're seeing there. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Chief Copeland.
Thank you, Mr. Wood, Chair, and the Budget Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about the police department. First of all, this didn't work yesterday. Is it working today? Yes? Sounds like it. Perfect. We don't know. Okay, it's fine.
He hasn't come in yet. So.
Just a little peek under the hood of the police department. We gave a presentation at Rotary, 2 months ago, and just talked about a lot of cool things that are happening within the community, within our law enforcement community. We've introduced drones And that has been kind of a game changer for how we apprehend suspects and follow suspects. And for an example, we pull over a stolen car with somebody who's wanted or has a felony warrant for their arrest. We know that ahead of time. We can get the drone up in the air almost immediately, circle that around to the front of the car, and now we have eyes inside the car, so we can see where their hands are, we can see what weapons are in the car. We had an example the other day, probably 2 months ago, where we knew a guy had a warrant, and we were going to the house to go pick him up for that warrant. We surrounded the house loosely, but we got the drone up in the air, and it has FLIR, and it's the thermal. It was the middle of the night, and the guy ended up jumping out the back door and just ran. Took off, and we just followed him with the drone till he got tired. Ended up in a parking lot, and then we just took him into custody. So we're trying to be smarter with what we do. It's amazing. Like, that was never around when I first got started, right? So, and that's a lot thanks to the council for giving us a budget. So we really appreciate that. We have 5 general detectives, and each one of those general detectives work major crimes. We don't have the capacity. I mean, we're short right now, so we only have 4. Each one of those detectives is carrying somewhere between 12 and 20 cases at any time. They're trying to mitigate and navigate all those at the same time. Another example of a patrol officer, I was talking to Officer Starnes 2 days ago, and I was like, hey, how's it going? Like, how's your stress level in the job? And she goes, well, I am down 15 reports as a patrol officer. And she goes, I just can't get caught up because every time I try to sit down and do reports, I get called back out. So 2 minutes after I talked to her, she got called out, 6 hours on the road, taking calls, more 911 calls, more disturbance calls. And then she comes back at the end of her shift and tries to get caught up on these reports. And the DA's office does not like it when you're down 15 reports. So they tell us that all the time. So we're down currently, which we've saved some money, as Mr. Wood mentioned. We've saved some money through personnel costs this last year, just because it is harder and harder to hire good cops. It is not the same. When I got hired in 2002, I applied in probably, I think it was like October of 2001, and there was 105 people applied for my job. That's a lot of people to choose from. That was for one position. Right. Now, it's not the same. It is getting better, but we've been trying to hire, thankfully, I mean, and City Manager Brown and Mr. Wood are like, please try to get these people hired on, but we've been trying to hire people consistently for a year, and we've hired 2. We have 4 in backgrounds right now, and we have more interviews coming up. I say that because the rising cost of doing law enforcement is personnel costs. And I hate to train a cop just to lose them because we can't afford them. It's very competitive. Salem pays more than we do. Marion County pays more. OSP pays way more than we do. But they, per their contract, are going to be the highest paid policing agency in the state of Oregon, and that's what their contract states. They're like, if Gresham pays a lot of money, Oregon State Police pays more. So they always want to be that top tier paying agency, and they're good for them. But we're losing 2 cops to other agencies within the month, probably, just because they're going to make $20,000 more, which is good for them, good for them. What we're trying to do, so you guys know, is we're hiring people for 5 attributes: humble, helpful, have the integrity to do the job when nobody's looking, empathy, and conscientiousness, meaning do your job right the first time so that somebody doesn't have to come behind you and clean it up, right? So those are all like through report calls and just treating people well. And so that's really the culture we're trying to create. So one thing I'm not good at, I will tell you right now, like you're talking about, we should be advertising the police fee to the community. I'm terrible at Facebook. If you've ever looked at my Facebook page, I've never posted, I don't think. My wife may have posted for me one time. My Instagram, I only do that because I look at like sport videos and workouts. I don't post. So I'm terrible at actually reaching out to the community and advocating for the police department. What I'm good at is making sure that we are well-trained, disciplined, have integrity, and just build a really good culture of like trying to just treat each other well. That's what I'm good at. And so with this budget, a lot of it's personnel costs, right? WVCC, the dispatch center, they raise their prices. We're bound by them. We talked about it last year, trying to find our own dispatch center. And I explored many different avenues. There is no other option. That would not cost us a ton of money. So we pay about $56,000 to them to do our after hours to Salem Records. And then WVC, we pay them a lot of money to be our dispatch center. So those are the big ticket items. And then the rest are 3.5% to the collective bargaining agreement, the officers, the KPA. I think Mr. Wood mentioned it yesterday. The sergeants now have a contract and we're paying them 3%, plus some other incentives on top of that they negotiated. And it came back that it's a fair market value for these cops. It's not like we're paying them way too much or way too little. We're paying them right where we should based on our comparables. And then a couple other really cool things that we're doing is I had to increase the ammo/weapon budget because tasers. The tasers that we currently use are unsupported by Axon. So we have to eventually start buying new tasers and it all goes to the cloud. So now you have to pay for cloud-based storage. There's no other option. So that went up. A couple of ones I have highlighted are the gas. We went down $15,000 in gas just because we're averaging about $6,000 a month currently. And so we put a little buffer for, gas prices go up. Clothing and duty gear, it just costs a lot more. I mean, to buy uniforms and vests, and the vests come out of a different budget, but just the outer carriers and equipment, it just costs a lot more money. There is one really interesting, the reserve budget, I dropped to $5,000. We have 3 current reserves. Take that back, 2. One just resigned today based on some family needs and just really needing to be more with the family. And so it's like our reserve program may disappear, which this traditionally has been a recruiting ground for us, where we try to really recruit good reserves, get them in, see if we like them, and then hire them. We've hired a lot of our reserves. That is not an option for us anymore. We've offered the jobs, we've opened it up. We just don't get anybody applying. We even get people that we apply for full-time. We really like them, but they're just not ready maybe for full-time. So we offer them a reserve job and they never get back to us because they're going to get picked up somewhere else at a smaller agency, more than likely. Let's see, what else did I highlight? Vehicles. So we try to rotate through our police vehicles because if you drive a police car, you've probably seen us, lights and sirens, they go a little bit faster than some cars. It's a lot of wear and tear on a police car, so we try and rotate through those every 4 years. And that also is more than just like being, in my mind, wise with rotating through vehicles and keeping them so they don't break down when you're trying to get to a call. But it's also a sense of pride for the officers when they get into a decent looking police car and they drive it through town. So it's all the uniforms and equipment that help keep us relevant, even though we can't pay you enough or as much as some of these other agencies, but we're going to give you good things to drive, good things to, the drones, the canines, and good equipment. We did a really cool thing. We got all our officers' cell phones. And so that brought that cell phone stipend way down. So we saved some money there. And then, we went up in the telephone. Well, I can't even read this. Yeah, thank you. Oh, look at that. Getting older, I love it. Line 69, the telephone internet service went up $15,000 to help us pay for the license plate readers, the subscriptions to those every month throughout the year. So that will probably continue to go up as we get more technology and more cameras. So I am happy to answer more questions. I'll just reiterate, the guys and gals that we hire are phenomenal people. And I'll echo what Shane said. It's not sometimes me. I don't do the work out on the road anymore. I used to, loved it. But it's working with the men and women in uniform. Like, I get compliments on them all the time. Like, hey, they came out here and they did a phenomenal job. And I'll tell you, the working relationship that we have with the rest of the departments is amazing. Like, we work with Public Works, we work with Parks, we work with a lot with code enforcement to solve the city problems. So we're doing a lot with not a lot of money. 42 cops, actually, we're going to hire, we just offered a job to a CSO, Community Service Officer, which is going to help, not with the code enforcement part of things, but it's going to help with the low-level calls that, you know, Officer Starnes, for example, she's not going to have 15 report calls because the code enforcement officer is going to take some of those forms. It's going to do fleet stuff and really work with our homeless community. So once we get hired on, we talked about this every year, probably get brought up again. What are we doing with the opioid funds that we get from the settlement, right? So if we can get people hired on, I'm working with Marion County and their education outreach for fentanyl outreach. And as soon as we can get a community response officer hired on and have some free time, some discretionary time, we're really working on a education campaign with Marion County, teaming up with Salem to really spread the word throughout the community. A lot of it's going to be in Kaiser, but we'll probably bleed over into Marion County and Salem just because we're going to be a collaborative team effort. So there's a lot going on. It's busy every day. It's super fun. But at the end of the day, thank you. Thank you for being here. And we'll keep doing the best we can. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, so first up, I have Counselor Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Copeland, two things. Number one, I mentioned this at council, but I would like the entire budget committee to hear. Good job to your team, not just your uniformed officers, but I had a chance to interact and spend time with Alejandra, and at one of the outreach events that the police department participated in, and I wish that all of us up here could see the interaction that our police team is having with the community in just in a general fun, getting to know them and becoming part of the community type of event. So I wanted to make sure I called out that it wasn't just the uniformed officers that are making an impact in our community as part of the team. The second thing is I also, at that same event, got a chance to get introduced to a project that your team is working on with Corbin University. And I think that with some of the conversations we've had about educating our community on what our police department is doing with the fee, I think that this might be a good opportunity for you to share about that project. As a way to share with the community what their dollars are going towards. So.
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. I'll tell you, we are super lucky to have our non-sworn staff, our records folks, and Alejandra as being hired, and our property and evidence. So property and evidence throughout the state, as you know, could lead it to a disaster if you don't hire the right people. We did not hire Jill Gust. Okay. Thank you, City Manager Brown. We did hire another Jill who is amazing to work with Amanda, and they are killing it back there. Just every time that we do a spontaneous inventory search, whatever, everything's exactly where it should be. And so we're above reproach in all these different areas. And then we had an opportunity through Sergeant Quintero. We volunteer at Corbin, mock interviews. I talk to the law enforcement classes. We try to recruit from local colleges, so we go out there quite a bit. Well, he teamed up with their marketing department and their social media department, and he's like, hey, would there be an opportunity for you guys to like rebrand the police department? So we met with them, we met with City Manager Brown, and we talked about what that would look like, and they're killing it. The Corbin department is really, really working on introducing the police department to the community. So I will tell you also, I do require all my sergeants, they love me for it, to do 2 community events a year that they get to create and they get to participate in and work at. So that's kind of fun. It's new. We started that last year, but I really think we need to be transparent and open as a police department and get to know the community and the community to get to know us. Because it really is, and I'll say this 1,000 times, we can't police unless you allow us to police. There's way more than you than there are of us. So if you allow us to do our jobs, we'll do a good job. But you'll see more stuff coming out on Facebook. There was a really good Facebook, Instagram post about interviewing Lieutenant Hine and Jen Starnes, and I think Officer Perez last week. You're going to see more and more of that. Yes, so good. That's what I can't do, right? I'm terrible at that. But we're doing that. I get interviewed next week, so you'll see me on a Facebook, Instagram post, I guess, at some point. But we're also going to highlight like new officers as they come in. This is who's now serving your community. And this is their past, and this is the path that got them here. So we're going to try to do that more and more so you get to know the people driving around in a police car. Or a Jen story. She's amazing. She's amazing. Oh man, I'm super excited. A sergeant from California is coming up here and will be here in like 3 weeks. So you're going to get, I'm not going to tell you who it is, but you're going to find out who this wonderful person is, and they're going to rock this community in a great way. It's going to be super fun. So.
All right.
Anyways.
Counselor, you got?
I could brag about our police department more if you want me to, but.
All right. Counselor Christopher, did you have a question? I had you on my list, but.
You were saying that you used to pay a stipend?
Oh, yeah, so we used to pay a $75 stipend for officers to use their own phones.
Okay.
And so that becomes problematic when the courts say, give me your phone, download all your, right?
Yeah.
So we finally were able to work out an MOU, a memorandum of understanding with the KPA that basically says, hey, we're going to pay for a phone for you. And it ends up being like $30 cheaper each month for each phone.
So that's their cop phone, their police phone? Okay.
Now they have a police
And so
phone, so they
anything-
carry two phones.
Okay, great. That's what I thought it was, but-
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. London?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, do you ever go on the radio? I know officers from Salem always are on there, and for those of us who listen to the radio in the morning, it would be nice for you to be on there and explain what's going on here in Kaiser.
You know what? Let's make it happen. No, I have been asked, and I've delayed the response. So,
You speak well, so you shouldn't have a problem answering questions.
Yeah.
sure. I'll look into it more.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions? Mr. Anderson?
Great, thanks. Well, Chief, always a good job, and really appreciate for years that we've lived here, you guys just always knock it out of the park. So thank you so much for all your awesome work in protecting this community. So one of the questions that comes to mind, and I'm going to ask it because we're in a budgeting environment. So once upon a time, we used to kind of determine like we, need this many police officers because we've got this many, this much in our population, some sort of a ratio or that sort of thing. I don't know if we're using that anymore, but it just kind of does make me wonder as we're talking here, how are we keeping up with respect to officers to population, and are we lagging? Are we going to need more here? If you can enlighten us, that'd be great.
Well, we have the same number of police officers that we've had forever, I think since I started. Actually, we lost some revenue funding, which then the police service fee came into effect in 2017, I believe, which then at that time was able to afford 5 additional law enforcement officers. So we're at 37. The good news is, and the bad news is, the community hasn't grown a lot, right? So the population growth isn't out of control. The calls for service, we go to roughly 22,000 calls for service a year, which breaks down to about 55 calls a day. And so it's somewhat manageable when we're fully staffed. So I can tell you, if we had 42 cops on the road, our officers would not be as stressed and have as many calls and reports. So I'm getting some pushback from my cops being like, hey, you need to hire people right now because we're working harder than ever. We're able to mitigate that by, again, we talked about having a good culture and just supporting one another and really understanding, have the conversation like, I'm sorry, but we're doing the best we can. And we follow that up with, we don't want to just hire somebody who then is going to be a problem because you have to work with them and they have to serve this community. So I mean, we've kicked probably 7, 8, 9 people out of backgrounds in the last year just because they're not the right fit. So we're about 1-to-1 ratio, which is way below the national average. But if you go back to the East Coast, they're like probably 1.5 officers to population, but they also don't pay as much, so they can afford more. Probably the state average is about 1.1 to 1.2 officers per thousand, so we're close. But I'll tell you, we're not asking for more cops right now. If Kaiser Station keeps us really busy, but we do a lot of organized retail crime stings up there. And so last time I talked to the council was like, hey, listen, theft is actually probably not going up as much as it used to because we're up there all the time. And we can pay overtime for that because it comes through a grant. So yeah, I think if we can hire people and we're fully funded, we're sustainable and we'll be able to serve the community in a way. And I will tell you, if you look at Salem and Marion County and even OSP, there are so many different calls they don't go to. Alarm calls, barking dogs, crashes, your car gets broken into. They don't go to those calls. They're like online reporting only, no interaction with a cop. What we're trying to do is do a little bit of both. Eventually if you don't want to contact a cop, you can do some online reporting. We do that for graffiti and for, what else? Parking. So you can put some stuff in online. We want that option to be available, but we also want to still be able to talk to the community and have that. City Manager Brown has put up different things in we're talking about urban growth boundary and having those conversations. We want us to not be the reason we lose that small town feel, right, as law enforcement.
Yeah.
If you want to talk to a police officer, you get to.
Right.
So we're doing fine if we can get people hired on.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And again, just definitely because of the kind of the work that I do, I definitely understand there is a stress level. It's the stress level because of the type of work that you guys are doing, but also sometimes you got guys that got to go to court or they're on vacation or they're sick or whatever. So, at some point, I would hope that we could get to the, where we can start talking about like increasing the number of guys and gals on our force to just kind of be able to help out and make sure that we're not missing, not that we're missing anything, but just kind of making sure that everything's covered appropriately.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think for the first time, about when City Manager Brown presented the long range, like the opportunities to gain additional revenue and to pay down some of that unfunded PERS liability, like there's a little bit of hope, right? There's a little bit of hope that we can sustain that. And I'm not asking for a lot, but yes, if we could have a couple more patrol officers on the road, it would make it so that the community is safer, for sure. And what we've been relying on now to sustain us is outside agencies. Our relationship with Salem and Marion County and OSP, because anytime we have a big incident, they come help. And so it's been a healthy relationship, but we don't want to exhaust that, for sure.
I'm sorry, can I have one more question,
Is
please?
this Counselor Starr, one more?
20.
I am not going there, sir. No way.
I'll go there for you.
You go right ahead. I think it's, no, I'm good. Never mind. Thank you.
See, I flummoxed him. All right,
Well
so
done.
on my list, I have Counselor Starr, Mayor Clark, and Counselor Kohler. So Counselor Starr, you're up.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Chief Copeland, can you, one thing I was really excited to see back in the budget is Blast Camp. And I know we did a barbecue only last year. I hope the barbecue can continue, but I was really excited to see Blast Camp back in the budget. So could you share what that is and how that benefits our community?
Yeah, so this is a conversation we're having right now with my staff. Like, what's the feasibility of actually doing Blast Camp again when we're down 6, 7, 8 positions, right? And then we do it during the summer. What do you do in the summer? You go on vacation. So now I'm like, oh my goodness, I can't stop them from going on vacation. So we're having the conversation right now. I guarantee we're at least doing that the barbecue, probably at some point late July, something like that. I can't remember exactly the date. But we're definitely doing that. Blast Camp has been traditionally a camp I started back in 2013 when I first got promoted to lieutenant. And we had about 250 kids. It was a free camp. And they just came and learned all about every aspect of law enforcement. We brought in FBI, we brought in Bureau of Land Management, we brought in SWAT team, bomb squad, detectives, had obstacle courses, games. It was just, it's my passion. It's my passion. It was awesome. So anyways, we're hoping to bring that back. One of the issues we have too is the school district. It's kind of a pain in the rear to honestly, to get a place to where we can host a camp that big. So we're looking at local churches as a different option just because we need a large venue that you can go inside and outside based on the heat of the summer. So it's not as easy. Last year, was it last year? We happened to do blast camp on the hottest day of the year, and the school district shut us down. So they said, you have to leave every day. We started the blast camp at 9. They said, you have to be out of the school no later than noon. And don't go on our grass. So I was like, oh, well, that didn't work out very well. So we're just, and they moved our date twice. So it's been difficult to work with them. They're prioritizing their own kids and their own things, so I don't blame them for it. So when we're coming in as a third party, just trying to borrow their schools, it's tough.
Mayor Clark.
Thank you very much. And Chief, you alluded to this question a little bit. You mentioned that if there were a couple more officers on the road, that would be a welcome relief, not only to the workload, but it is probably the thing I hear the most about when people are talking about law enforcement in Kaiser is, I wish there was a cop to see those 3 people run the red light at Chemawa and River Road, or, you know, more famously at Lock Haven. So 2-part question. One is on traffic, and I know you're down people and so forth. Will it fully funded or fully staffed put more officers, motors on the road? And 2, are we looking at the red light cameras now that we have the ability to do that? The red light and the speed on green cameras that we're now allowed to do under state law? Thank you.
Yes and yes. So I just had the conversation today with staff about how we're going to refill the traffic positions and make sure that those are funded so that we can get their motorcycles on the road. And also I talked with Lieutenant Winning, who's my admin lieutenant, about looking into the red light cameras and how you even mentioned it to me and sent the article, I believe, about 6 months ago.
I did.
About how the law changed and allows us to do these things. There's a little bit of, there's a lot more to it than just a survey, but we got to staff it and then have someone write the tickets and monitor it and do different things. But I think there's some opportunities there that we need to look at and explore. We tried it 5 years ago, I think 10 years and 1 to 5 years ago, and the red light camera companies didn't want to come in because there wasn't enough revenue. Not enough people ran red lights at the intersection. So I don't know that that's the case anymore, but
Anecdotally, yeah.
I see it all the time. I'm like, when is the cop around when you need one?
I know,
It's
right?
unbelievable. I know, I'm in my own personal car, so I can't do anything, but I stare at them.
Thank you. Councilor
Thank you.
Kohler.
And then,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said you have a hard time with public affairs and public appearances. I seem like I remember some kind of talk show, so I don't think you need to worry about that.
Nice suit.
Ms. London.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, I'm having a hard time with this microphone. A couple of years ago, I'm a member of the Elks, and I'm also a member of the Auxiliary, and we tried to give you a donation for Blast. But you had received a huge donation, so you sent the money back to us and asked us to give it to someone else. Well, we're going to be doing, we give donations out every year. Is that something that you would accept now?
Can't believe I actually turned it down.
I can't
You
either.
did, and it was a good sized check because I'm the one
Yeah.
who had to void it and put it back in the account.
Right.
Set up to do.
Yeah, it might have been somebody else who said no to that. I probably wouldn't say no.
What
But
you said was,
did-
we have enough funds and maybe you
Yeah.
can give it to someone else who needs it more than we do. So it was a nice thought, but
Yeah.
I'm concerned because we'll be discussing what we want to do for donations here in the future. And of course, we would ask you to come and speak to our group, whether it's the Elks proper or the
We
auxiliary.
are planning an event, a drug turn-in event again this year on your property.
Yes.
So we'll be doing
Yeah,
that,
because you've got the drug awareness
which was a
program.
phenomenal event last year. I thought it was awesome.
Yes, I even won something from that my kids love.
Great.
The
The axe throwing
tomahawk,
thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
and I got it for my great-grandkids. But my kids and grandkids had more fun with it than the great-grandkids did,
Well,
so thank
we'll
you
bring
very
it back
much.
so you can spread it out. I will just give an opportunity to BC Towing and Jeff Asher, who was the one who contributed a ton of money to Blast Camp. His kid was at Blast Camp for many, many years, Garrett, and he loved it so much. Jeff just says, hey, you know what, every time you do a Blast Camp, I'm gonna give you money. So that's where the big donation came from. So thank you, BC Towing. They're in our community. They do a great job.
But you would accept one from others?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Christopher.
Thank you. So how long, when you say Blast Camp, how long was Blast Camp? Wasn't it like 2 or 3 days? Okay.
It started at 4.
On,
When I first started it, when Monday through Thursday, and then what we did is we lengthened the hours of Blast Camp, but made it 3 days.
okay.
So we went longer, but 1 day shorter.
So, but this year, you're thinking you could do at least the barbecue again?
100%, yeah.
That
we're-
was, it was hot.
It was so hot. I think we had
Counselor
probably
Starr and I were
350
turning
people show up.
hamburgers, and I'm telling you what, that was a hot day. But,
Town was great.
but, the turnout was phenomenal, and I think the impact was phenomenal, and people still are talking about it. So I think that's a great compromise, being as you're so shorthanded.
Yeah.
And then looking towards the future when you can do two or 3 days again.
And it's fun when the other vendors are already reaching out to us saying, hey, well, that was such a good event. We want to make sure we come back. So we have emails back and forth already working on a date.
Any further questions on the police budget? All right, let's get through TOT and then take a break before I start getting the evil eye from people. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know who would give me the evil eye. Yeah, me neither. Mr. Wood.
I don't know how to follow that, but I guess TOT is a good area. So this is, you guys broke my budget last year, adding this department mid-season. So it's here now. Hopefully it'll stay. I think we have a good process going now. We are looking at about $365,000 in TOT revenue next year. This does not factor in a third hotel. Once that comes online and we start to see the activity, we'll have to come back to the city council with a supplemental budget to be able to appropriate those dollars. I didn't want to put in a swag in because the timing is still a little bit uncertain as far as when the hotel will be up and running. We do have a lot of the same type of things that we added last year. It sounds like there's some interest in moving $2,900 from the PEG fund to TOT. So this would be the opportunity to add it to this budget. Highlights, this does include the Chamber of Commerce. It doesn't include their entire ask. We have $1,600 is our membership fee. That's something that the city will end up paying no matter what. $40,000 in that line is for their TOT request. They have requested $49,000. So that will be a discussion point for you folks if you want to increase that or not. Heritage Museum, they're also asking for $8,000. I don't have anything included in the budget at this point, so that'll be another decision point for you. The Heritage Foundation is asking for $28,000. I have $26,000 in, so that'll be a discussion point as well. We do have $30,000 in for the library. When we passed the resolution to support the library, I kind of read the tea leaves and said, let's see if we can figure out how to get that in. That is something that, again, if you folks decide otherwise, we can do something different with that. That is the highlights. We do have $200,000 that we didn't spend this year that we're going to roll over to next year for phase 3 of the turf field. This will be the starter money to do some of the planning design work. Also, we have a resolution on the books that says we need to transfer 20% of our TOT revenue to the Event Center Fund. So you're seeing a transfer for $73,000 to the Event Center. And with that, I'd be free to address any questions, and it sounds like you folks have some decision points. This is the last part of the general fund, so when you're done with this, I think we need to address the budget requests, including the neighborhood association, their additional $2,200 that they're asking for. And then if you folks are ready, a motion on the general fund.
Okay, Mayor Clark?
That list kind of moved through rather quickly. I think there's a lot of conversations that are going to happen around each of these. May I suggest we take that bio break now and then get back to it when we are able to concentrate?
But it makes the discussion go so much faster.
You think?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. We'll be back at
Thank you.
7:40.
I'm well hydrated. Just
we have gotten through the general fund summary, or the general fund, but before we can vote on it, we have several decisions that need to be made. We need to decide, there's 4 fee increases that we have to decide on, and then we have some outside budget requests to decide on. Yes, Counselor Starr.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. We haven't gotten to the TOT yet, right? Or did we?
We're on it right now.
We're on it? Okay, so let me know when I can ask questions about the turf field.
That would
Phase
be a
3.
wonderful time.
Awesome. So I have actually 2 questions. One is about the Phase 3 turf fields, the 200,000. Is that, and so how does that interconnect with the 750 ask that we have before the state legislature?
The ask that we have for the state legislature was $875,000. The project is estimated at, I believe, 1.5 or 1.6 million. That sound like the right ballpark. So even with this 200 and the 875,000, we got a little bit of a gap, which we've talked about doing some naming rights. And so we'd have some fundraising to do in addition to that.
So, any, do you want to ask that question? Yeah, SDCs.
SDCs are figured into that. It's 13.5%, is that right? So 13.5% of the total cost, so, of that. So around $200,000 of SDCs.
And we still need this 200,000?
Unless we go out and fundraise it. If we go out and fundraise, that's just 200,000 more we'd have to fundraise, so.
So we need to fundraise.
And we haven't done any fundraising on it yet.
I know,
so.
yeah. That's why I'm just trying to understand the flexibility we have with that 200,000. So,
Yeah.
so if we took this out and because to your point, we have some naming rights, we have the ability to fundraise there, I know we've done a grant to parks, but there's other opportunities for grants and major donor asks and the like. What would that 200,000 pay for? If we took it out, what would we lose out of the Phase 3 project? The Phase 3.
There's 2 aspects of it, and they have to be done together. There's the paving and the curbing that goes with that, and then the moving of the equipment building and rebuilding that. So we can't just pave it because the parking lot design goes over where the old one is, and we need that space for the gear for the whole park too, as well as the equipment for the turf fields. Right now, we've got containers out there that's housing the equipment for the turf fields.
Okay. What's the timeline on knowing when is Siney Day? Do you know?
The early is probably June 13th.
And
It's right before Juneteenth, I know that.
and last possible gavel down?
Early July.
Early July?
Yeah,
Okay.
before July 4th, I think, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that taking that 200,000 out is really stopping the entire Phase 3 if we were to take that
Or
out.
delaying it.
Or delaying it.
Delaying it, as we've talked about this the last 3 years, and talking with some of you that know the community better than me, you've always told me that you thought we could raise in the order of $750,000 to $1 million for that project, so.
And it would take time,
But we're not ready for Phase 3.
a lot of time, but I think it's doable. Just, I think knowing our community and some of us that have worked in that realm, I think it's doable, but it would take a lot of time. So that's why if we are successful in getting that money from the legislature, is there a spend date on that 875?
You know, that is a good question. I'm not, my friends that work for the state might be better able to answer that. I don't know. You might know better than anyone else, Mayor.
Mayor Carr, you were on the list next anyway.
If I may,
Yeah, please.
since this is a biennial budget, it is likely that it has to be spent within that biennium.
The 2 years.
Correct.
Okay.
Probably.
I can't swear to it because I don't know what the parameters are for this ask, but generally, in my experience in other areas, I'm not going to guarantee on this one, you have the biennium. The other is, at that point, we'll be able to span possibly 2 fiscal years.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, so I had a different tack to go where you're going. So I think where I hear you going is, can we free up a little bit of money to do some of the additional pieces in the TOT that would be
Exactly.
related to travel and tourism for the community, understanding that this would be helpful? Oh, he wrote that down for you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So I think, thinking about that, what I hear you asking, and let me reflect, is that are we able to span a little bit longer, get into the next fiscal year? And if we are fortunate enough that the third hotel, although it won't be 50% more of this, we can't guarantee that we're going to get a certain occupancy.
Right.
We will start to see a bump as that hotel comes online, but it might open up some conversations. But I might suggest also that point that we also have a conversation in the community about what facilities and other attractions we can do to enhance our community for increased travel and tourism venues. This space here at our event center is starting to max out. It is very, very busy. So what else can be offered in this community? And that might be a larger conversation for another day. Going back to what I hear you say, my question for Mr. Brown and Mr. Wood is looking at a different line item. I realize that we passed in 2012 that 20% of our TOT minimally go to the event center fund. Oh, Mr. Wood, you're smiling. Did you see that coming?
It feels like deja vu. I think I just had that conversation.
He did.
Oh, did we just have that Yeah.
That conversation.
Yep.
So would that take a policy change on the part of the council for 1 year? I'm not talking about making this permanent unless we have a deeper conversation. But for right now, might we look at that and then put a pin in the phase 3 because we don't have our engineering costs as refined as we need, and that's a very important project. I love that we can tap the community for fundraising, but if we can provide something using existing funds that are going to benefit the whole community, I don't know about you, but I've been into enough fundraising things in the last 2 months to last me a lifetime.
Every year we do it.
And just
So-
so the engineering is probably at 90% for
Okay.
the
So could
phase
we,
3.
I think my question, and you're correct, Mayor Clark, where I was going. Could we, if we split that 200 into 2 years to match the biennium, right? 100 and 100, because we have the 2 years to spend, if we get it, right? I mean,
Right,
that's the big, right? That's our Hail Mary at this point. So I think that's my question is taking that 100 out.
Can I do one follow-up before I go to you?
I'm all confused on who's up right now, so I'm gonna let these two finish, and then I'm coming to you.
I want to speak to what Counselor Starr.
Here you go. Here,
Not me tonight.
I almost made you a
Not
senator.
my fault.
I'm gonna turn it this way.
Here's what I was gonna say. I mean, shouldn't we, how much money, so I think that we need to start with, how much money are we trying to find? Because it's relatively small. Isn't it 100,000? It is not 100,000.
Yeah,
You've got
that's a good point.
29 for the PEG, you've got 10,000 for the concerts, the
2,900.
2,000 for KHF. I believe, Mayor, you correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we're contractually bound to pay half of the expenses. You guys, that's that's that $2,000. It's utilities and Wi-Fi. So I think that $2,000 is, we're contractually bound to do that. But you add all that up, I mean, we're talking 20K. So we would not have to eliminate 100,000. We could maybe take it down to 150.
Thank you.
And take $50,000. That'll leave a little bit of contingency
Would I still
for
get my,
other stuff.
not my park camera and my license plate reader, but
how much are
our-
those?
So I wrote down 17 to 20,000 for the park camera. And then I wrote down 15 to 20,000 all in for the license plate reader at Kaiser Rapids Park, which I think the Kaiser Rapids Park license plate reader could fit in the top funds because of all the activity and the tournaments and things that are coming into Kaiser Rapids Park.
So, no, that'll get you at 60,000, so.
Okay, well then we reduce it down to 140.
Yeah, it's something like that, and leave very little contingency, banking on, and not touching the 20%. Take a big breath right there, take a big breath. Not touching the 20% because it's in resolution, so we'd have to take action in resolution.
So we could do that.
We could do it, but do we have to? I think the better option is your option.
Of taking the phase
Taking what we
3.
need right now, leaving very little contingency, and then if we have to, we know that there's more there that we could move if we had to.
All right, Mayor Clark.
So if we could get a total, Mr. Wood, on what the ask is, and my and is that the dollars that are in the budget, the 365, are an estimate.
Yeah, it could
So
be
we have
better.
to be very, very cognizant of that. This is not money in the bank.
Right.
Yet, this is what we anticipate, and clearly that there has been an uptick in travel and tourism. And honestly, Pete, we actually have hamburger tourism. People come to
In-N-Out.
our hotel in Kaiser Station because of the location of In-N-Out Burger. I kid you not. So that's a win-win. So joking aside, I want us to be really, really cognizant that we don't spend money we don't have in the bank yet, because if something goes sideways, we want to make sure that we haven't obligated ourselves. So with the, leaving the turf field number, taking the bare minimum of what we want to fund out of here,
70.
then leaving the rest alone, and understanding that we may need to span 2 fiscal years to actually get that project done. And I'm looking at Mr. Brown and Mr. Lawyer. Is that a pretty reasonable estimate on the phase 3 anyway?
It is because, phase 2, it will be done, it's gonna be about 6 months, right? So next fall, assuming we got the award, we'd have to do a little bit of fundraising, plus we're at approximately 90% plan completion, so we'd need 4 or 5 months to finish to 100% plan, and then bidding out for, that'll take a couple months. So realistically, we wouldn't be able to start construction till the spring of '26, probably. So that, I think that sounds reasonable.
And there you have it.
There we go, boom.
So did you keep
Yes.
notes of how they just spent your money?
Here.
I
Jim?
think we got it.
Okay.
Okay.
How about if I repeat it back to you?
Yes.
Okay. So we're increasing the chambers allocation by 9,700.
8. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yep.
Okay, somebody adding this as we go?
yes,
Okay, good.
The foundation, we're increasing that by $2,000.
yes.
Museum, $8,000. We're moving $2,900 from the PEG fund.
Yes.
For the license plate reader, we're allocating about 20,000. For the park camera, another 20,000. And that gets me to 62,600. So if we're gonna reduce the.
Concerts.
10.
Okay.
Concerts, and then, and you got it. What else? Oh, yeah, Joint Neighborhood
That doesn't come from
Association.
TOT though, does it?
No.
Oh, no, that wouldn't be
That
taught.
doesn't come from TOT.
Never mind, just the concerts.
Okay, so adding in the concerts, we're to $72,600.
There you go.
If we reduce that one, that'll leave $127,400 in the turf field line.
I say yeah.
Is somebody making a motion to that effect?
I would so move,
Can I
Move
second?
to amend the TOT budget as,
as
As written.
detailed by
okay.
Assistant City Manager Wood.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Counselor Christopher and seconded by Mayor Clark that we amend the TOT budget as discussed. Further discussion?
Yes, there was a question from,
Yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
We didn't
It's
touch
in
it.
there.
we didn't touch it.
I do have a
We didn't
question about
touch
that
it.
when we get the, but yeah.
Were you?
My question about the library is, I know there was some discussion at a council meeting a month or so ago about carrying over 10,000 from this year into next year.
Yeah, you didn't put that in.
So do we need the full 30,000 out of this budget?
I factored that in, so I added 20,000 to the request.
gotcha.
So-
Okay,
Oh, okay.
so you factored in the fact we're carrying over $10,000 from this year
Correct.
into next. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm confused. Where is it?
I moved 10,000 into that line, so I added 20,000 to it to get to the full request for the library.
To
So
get
the
to
full
the
request
30.
is 30,000, and that's what we have funded.
So are we going to need to do that other supplemental since you already put it in?
No.
Okay, so, great.
So the full 30s and you took into account the full 30. Yep. Okay, thank you. That was my discussion. Thank you, Chair.
All right, further discussion on this motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. All right. So TOT has been amended and the only outside requests that are not in the budget at this point are the neighborhood association's joint request and the traffic safety request. Is that
Sorry,
right?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Okay, just a quick question. So we amended the budget, does that mean that we passed it?
No,
Okay.
it does not. Because we have to pass the general fund as a whole.
okay,
So,
gotcha.
and we still have a couple of fees
Yeah,
to decide on
Okay,
before we get there.
thank
So,
you.
but thank you for that. All right, so, yeah, in the non-departmental requirements, can we turn back to that?
What page?
137.
There
Thank
is a
you.
request to add 2,200 to the neighborhood associations for their joint request. Can you refresh us, Mr. Wood, on where that would come from?
That would come out of ending fund balance at this point.
Okay.
So that would be my recommendation, and we'd be amending line 16 by adding $2,200 to the $6,000 that is currently there.
Okay.
And this is in addition to what they already get per neighborhood association.
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay.
And,
Counselor?
and that is to pay for the banner at the turf fields, additional advertising in the chamber catalog, and Kaiser Times for all 5 neighborhood associations. So one portion of that is a one-time expense, which is the banner, which we can continue. That's done, so then that would be reduced.
Well, unless
next-
they get charged every year to, I mean, most times with like.
Oh, it's annual.
Sponsorships, you
All right.
pay every year to put your banner up.
Okay,
So
that was my question.
I wouldn't
Okay.
assume that. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Counselor Christopher and seconded by Ms. London that we amend the non-departmental budget to include the $2,200 ask from the neighborhood associations coming out of ending fund balance. Further discussion? Counselor Parsons?
Thank you. I was going to say Madam Chair. See what you did?
That's all right, Counselor Kohler did that yesterday, so you wouldn't be the first.
Okay, thank you, Chair Thompson. We'll just go that way. I don't have an issue doing this, but my issue is that these boards of all 5 associations need to come together to work on these expenses if they're going to do joint. Because not all of them are that great at budgeting sometimes, or sometimes they budget too much. But I'm hoping that because we do this now and we're helping them this year and we're figuring it out, that they can help us figure it out too. So maybe it's not going to cost so much next time.
Fair enough.
Is that fair enough? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Is there, can I follow up?
Yep, further.
Thank you. Is there something that we can add in a budget note, that would encumber all of the neighborhood associations to do what Counselor Parsons is asking and work together and have,
Well, they said they're going to have a leadership meeting.
uh-huh.
And this request is signed by all
It-
five of them.
It is, but I think that what Counselor Parsons is saying is that while it might be signed by everybody, I think there needs to be a little bit of maybe a primer or a coaching session with some of the, or maybe all of them, on budgeting, use of the funds, how is it benefiting the entire neighborhood association, et cetera. Is that what I'm understanding? Mm-hmm. Okay. So can we put that as a budget note or a requirement?
We can put that as a budget note, and they still know that their single neighborhood association budget is $1,200 a year, and then this extra amount, the $2,200, is for combined initiatives.
But I think
Can you
there's,
expand that to say they must, when they get together and meet as one, they determine how much to obligate each one of those neighborhood associations to, for the purpose of general?
I feel like for this request, they've done that. I mean, they've told us exactly how they're gonna spend the 2,200. Now, the 1,200, that's gonna vary by neighborhood association, but for this specific request, this 2,200, I mean, they've got a pretty laid out plan here on how they're gonna spend it.
Oh, no,
so.
I understand that, but
there's
they
still a
haven't said how
concern.
much each neighborhood association is contributing.
but there's still I think there's still a
Well, that's
concern
my-
that we're
that's
trying
my
to
concern.
address.
They're not contributing any, because the 2,200 we're giving
Going
them
forward.
going forward.
Going forward, I would
Gotcha.
like to see them maybe being able to contribute a little bit, so we're not spending quite all of that. I think
heard
that's
that.
just because my neighborhood association, we went out and we priced stuff and we got things at really good prices. And we barely spent all our money, and that's just because the ads is how we spend all our money, right? I'm not saying every association can do that or has to do that, but I would like to see them be able to contribute a little bit to this
To this combined effort?
next year.
Okay, fair enough. And I would say that your neighborhood association is by far the best neighborhood association.
Of course it is,
in
thank
the
you.
city of
Oh,
Kaiser.
please.
I'm gonna catch a lot of flack for that.
Yes, you are.
No, I mean,
Mayor
a lot
Clark.
of them do a good job budgeting. I'm not saying they don't, but I just want to see, I just want to see them being able to negotiate or contribute something. So, because we may not be able to do this every year. That's what I'm saying.
Point
And if
taken.
we want to be able to do these ads every year or banner or whatever it is, then we've got to figure out another way.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's what I was looking for.
Okay, Mayor Clark.
So may I suggest that as part of the follow-up to this one-time budget allocation, that we review this in our joint neighborhood association work session, which is prior to the budget next year? Did it work? How did it work? And then move forward into the allocation for next year.
Like a match, like what we're looking for is a
Well,
match.
I don't want to presuppose, I would like to have a conversation with them on how did this work and how was it successful? And what's the recommendation for the following year?
There you go, perfect. That's kind of what I was saying, but I just didn't say it like that.
You know, we're just,
Ms. London.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. My question is everybody in Kaiser part of a neighborhood association?
No, some of us are in deserts.
But how do you know if you are
There's a wonderful map on the city website.
for neighborhood
We'll
associations?
tell you who yours is.
Okay. Because I've never been approached. I don't know if I'm part of one or not.
Southeast.
Sure, come on up, Griffin.
Why not?
Introduce yourself for the record.
We're all just neighbors.
Neighborhood association.
We're all just neighbors here.
See, it's been seconded.
we are the longest
Please
standing.
introduce yourself for the record.
Will do. Hi, folks. My name is Griffin Walker.
Absolutely.
I'm the president of the Northwest Kaiser Neighborhood Association. And Susan, the question you're asking is actually why we're asking for that joint advertising ask is because we want to make sure that we're getting out to the public more, not just about our individual neighborhood associations, but hey, Kaiser has a bunch of neighborhood associations, and we want to make sure that people are aware of that. So most of the advertising that we're talking about is actually pointing to the city webpage that talks about neighborhood associations. And Mayor Clark, to your comment about measuring returns on this, for the turf field one, we're planning on having a QR code that we can actually see the amount of traffic that we're going to be getting to. So when we come back and have this conversation next year, we can see if there's an actual return on that and whether we want to do it again. So any questions I can answer on this while I'm here?
Griffin Walker for the win.
Yeah. Ms.
Thank you.
Wilson?
Thank you. Just a question, I'm trying to understand what you're doing here. So there's one joint request for the $2,200, right? So you guys can work together. Couldn't you guys maybe have each association ask for another $400? And then you guys come together and joint need to be done instead of being this separate request?
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the first time that we've handled it in this way. This came up from when we had the joint work session with the city council and the neighborhood associations, where we had talked about in the past, this was either partially covered by neighborhood association budgets in the $1,200 that we normally get every year, or partially not. It was partially covered by the city, and it wasn't completely consistent. So we did this outside ask for more consistency as our first pass. But to the points of the conversation here, we could absolutely increase our ask, come together and say, hey, this is what we need for these kinds of things in the future. This was just we had 2 weeks to get something together and work with a bunch of different vendors and try to get 5 volunteer groups to agree to something. So this is what we came up with in that time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Further questions for Griffin? All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. All right, so we have a motion on the floor to grant the $2,200 request from the joint request from the neighborhood association. Further discussion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. So the last thing we need to decide, and we need to decide it just kind of in principle before we can vote on the general fund budget by my count, is what we're going to do with the police fee. So can't approve the police budget until we approve the police fee. So I'm going to go to Mr. Wood, and then I'm going to go to Council.
Actually, I'm going to circle back, and you can approve the general fund. My recommendation, because the police service fee is a different fund.
But doesn't the police service fee flow into the police operations
There is a
fee?
transfer into the general fund, and my recommendation, if you decide to do something with the police service fee different than what's been recommended, that we just adjust the fee there in the police services fund, but leave the transfer alone. And that way, we would be reducing either ending fund balance or contingency, but we would keep the transfer to the general fund the same.
Okay, if the finance guy is happy, I am happy. So, Mr. Lawyer.
Mr. Wood, doesn't the rates for stormwater and water affect the general fund as well?
They do. It's not a super big dollar amount. So I'm comfortable if we don't necessarily adjust those at this point.
Okay.
But you're correct, there is a small impact.
Is there a motion to approve the general fund as, are you making a motion or are you asking a question?
Yeah, I wonder which I am. So moved, because who knows?
Second.
So we are addressing the fee or no?
No,
No, we're gonna,
not at this point.
Never mind. So moved.
Okay.
no, I said so moved.
So Counselor Parsons has moved.
Okay.
Second.
Counselor Christopher has seconded a motion to approve the.
Susan.
Susan, Ms. London has seconded a motion to approve the general fund as amended.
Okay.
Breathe.
We're with you.
All right. I hate to ask for further discussion, but I have to. All right. All those in favor, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, motion carries.
It was fun last year.
What do you want to do? You want to finish these? Or you want to go back up and do those? What do you want to do? Mr. Wood, what would be easiest for you? For us to go up and finish the public works funds or do the other funds? What do you suggest?
What's your pleasure?
Wonder if maybe process-wise would be to prioritize we've got 4 asks there. Parks, police, storm, and Water.
Water.
Yeah.
Maybe prioritize those asks and then go from there.
I'm,
Let's go, Counselor Christopher and then Counselor Starr.
I'm ready to move a motion for parks, and I'm ready to move a motion for water. So if you're okay with
I would-
prioritizing those two first.
Can we get to Counselor Starr's question first and then, just to make sure we're not?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Can you, Mr. Lawyer, refresh my memory, because it was such a long time ago last night?
I'll do my best.
That the $1 parks fee increase, if we do not agree to that, what are the consequences?
The consequences for next fiscal year are not dramatic. We'll be able to complete Bob Newton Park, but that's about all we're going to be able to do. It will affect the years forward and how much we can do and accomplish on our 3 to 5 year plan that's outlined in the that we outlined in the long range planning. It will have an effect on how far we can go with that.
Can you follow up?
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you expand on that with a little more? Just
Sure.
looking for some substantive detail so I can weigh my decision.
I know I brought that plan with me, so let me find it. So I have the numbers and the details in front of me. One thing, excuse me, that comes to mind is vehicle and equipment replacements could be delayed to do improvements, for instance. So in 25, 26, we have one mower that needs to be replaced. We actually said 2, but we had one break, so we're funding one. We already bought it this year. For 26, 27, another mower's on tap, a pickup replacement's on tap. Those are equipment needs. The rest are, park amenity upgrades. Like in 26, 27, we've identified replacing the playground at Country Glen, moving it back away from the street. Replaced the full fall protection top coat at the Big Toy. And then some skate park maintenance, crack repair, recoat the coping, grind and polishing. All of this totals up to $550,000. So we would have to cut back to around the $300,000, $350,000 range. So about $200,000 off of that number to accomplish. That will affect.
To accomplish that entire list of things, if we
Yes.
didn't do the fee increase this year,
Right.
we would lose 250.
We would be about $250,000 short in 26, 27 to accomplish that list of items, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Clark?
Actually, I yield to Counselor Parsons.
Counselor Parsons?
Thank you. So on the long-range planning that we did, you had set like raising the fee in there, but like 1 year was 21 cents, 1 year was 26 cents. What changed?
I'll have to defer to Tim on that one.
Sure. Back when we were doing the long-range planning, we hadn't quite incorporated all of the long-term needs at that point. So we knew that we were short. As we looked into the future, we knew it was going to be about 500,000 every year for CIP. And, the plan obviously fell short. We weren't sure at that point whether we needed to do a rate increase this year or not. When we did more of the detail budgeting, it became apparent that yes, if we want to continue on with that CIP plan, then yes, we're going to need to start doing a rate increase now.
Mayor Clark and then Counselor Christopher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I do a follow-up just real quick?
Yeah, follow up.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
Sorry. So, Mr. Lawyer, what if we compromised and did 50 cents? What does that look like?
Gets us about halfway there. I mean, I'm not trying to be smart about the whole thing, but without identifying and really studying the numbers, I can't really give you a detailed answer to that.
But it would be much better than zero.
It'd be better than zero, absolutely. I mean, without giving it much time to really look through the numbers, $125,000-ish, that's a mower and a pickup put together with a little left over. at current prices, okay?
Yeah.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank
Mary
you.
Clark?
Thank you. One of the projects that we've had a great deal of discussion about, that isn't in the five-year plan yet, and you alluded to it when we were talking about the parks, program, and that is doing the stormwater analysis for Kaiser Little League Park. We are going to, if we're going to implement any of the findings from the stormwater, planning that's going to happen this year, if we pass this, this budget, is we're going to actually build stuff that's going to benefit that park, and we are going to need some funds to deal with that. I know you can't give us an estimate because we don't know what the extent is, but it has been a priority conversation for quite some, since we took that park back into our master plan with our latest master plan. So in your estimation, as we do the next five-year planning, where do you see the Little League Park starting to fold into that and the budgetary need?
Well, a lot of that's going to depend on what comes out of this facility plan light that I mentioned last night. And that's assuming that stays in the budget, okay? I'm going along the assumption it will stay in the budget. It doesn't have to necessarily, that is a choice. But that's going to really, the results of that's really going to give us the information to know how it can fit into our five-year plan. It is an additional, I'm going to call it an amenity. It may not be literally an amenity improvement, amenity or improvement in a park that's not been included in this plan. So something's going to have to move somewhere along the line. I can't really tell you what it is because I don't know the impact. I don't know what the costs are and what the recommendation will be based on those costs, if that makes sense. And I'm not trying to skirt an answer. I just can't really give you an answer because I don't have enough information at this point. But clearly, it would need to be included in the five-year plan. And to do that, there's only two ways to do that. Increase the rates more or push out other things to make those work.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
So the Little League Park has been one that, you know, before we brought it into our master plan, it was one that was relegated to being operated and minimal improvements done by volunteers. Now that we're looking at it more comprehensively, and we are going to need to add that in order to maximize the use of that facility, I think that what I'm hearing is that starting to build those funds to be able to do projects like that, that would bring the Little League Park up to a standard where it's fully usable for more of the year is something that we need to consider. So I'd like to encourage us to think along those lines.
Councilor Christopher.
Thank you. So my first concerns with increasing the parks fee is it's a like to. It's not a have to, but it's a like to. And I love our parks and I want them to be maintained as well as we can afford to maintain them. And I hear loud and clear, and the responses that we've gotten from our citizens have said, don't increase the fees without asking. So I have no intention of voting for this increase. My second concern is the Parks Board was not involved in the construction of a five-year plan. Staff did it, but the Parks Board was not involved in that. So the Parks Chair, Matt Lawyer, was as surprised as we all were when he saw that the fee was increasing by $1. I think we've got things backwards. I think we're not ready to determine whether or not we need a parks fee increase. I think that staff needs to work with the Parks Board to determine what the five-year plan looks like, taking into consideration whatever we're going to end up doing with Kaiser Little League Park, but they need to put together a five-year plan, then come back to us after the Parks Board has agreed to that five-year plan, and then the Parks Board together would make a recommendation to City Council or to the Budget Committee on what that's going to cost. And I just think it's not ready for prime time, and I'm a no.
Further discussion? Ms. Barton?
So now that the Little League part is part of the master plan, can we apply for grants?
Maybe. Some.
Yes. The answer is a yes.
Okay, so is there a motion on the parks fee?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I would move that we leave the parks fee at the current rate of $4 per month until the next budget cycle.
is there a second?
A second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we do not increase the parks fee in this upcoming budget. Further discussion? Ms. Wilson?
I agree, and I mean, I know everybody's concerned about increases, but I think if we're to compromise here, I would be down to do the 50 cents over $1, because
That's not
then,
this, so you needed to vote no.
yeah, but further discussion, I think would just, maybe would be a good compromise, not to raise a full dollar, which I know it's $1, but depending on people's circumstances, that dollar may come out of somewhere else. So I think it wouldn't completely jeopardize the 5-year plan that we have in place. And I think would be middle, people in the middle ground. They're not completely raising $1, but meeting people halfway there. Thank you.
Mayor Clark?
Thank you very much, Chair. The parks have been a place of refuge for families. They've been a place of gathering and community. We've made tremendous progress in our parks, making them welcoming and safe, adding features that kids can safely play on. And now more than ever, as our schools are seeing behavioral issues with our kids, we need playgrounds that invite kids out there. We need a Little League park that is going to be able to bring more activity on those fields and open them up for year-round use. I agree with Ms. Wilson and with Councilor Parsons on the idea of let's take that incremental step. So I will be a no on this. Let's keep making progress and engage with future development of the 5-year plan. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion? All right, I'm going to ask the city recorder for, sorry.
Councilor Starr.
Counselor Starr, I didn't see your hand, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. You know, I think we've had a learning moment here about the importance of this conversation coming to the Parks Board. Having said that, I have a privilege 365 days out of the year of being able to hear the kids playing and laughing from my back deck. And nothing brings me more joy. Well, maybe my dog.
Not Greg, dog.
Notice your husband's nowhere in there. Hope he's not watching.
Oh, I'm in the doghouse. No pun intended. Anyway, I get significant joy out of watching and listening to the kids playing in the park below where I live. And I'm very passionate about making sure that we maintain places for our children to play that are safe and inviting. When I was a kid and I didn't have much of anything, the park was a place for me to go, right, and to play. And I think that it is a responsibility that I have as an adult to make sure that our future generations continue to have a place to play and be a kid and to find joy in playing in safe play structures. And so I, with all due respect to Councilor Christopher, will be voting no. And I am in support of the 50-cent increase in the parks fee. I would just ask that we take a learning moment and always take this in the future to the Parks Board and include them in the conversations. But we need our children to have safe places to play and be happy.
Ms. London?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. after all the discussion, I would like to rescind my second on the motion. If I'm allowed to do that.
Can you do that?
Or just vote yes?
Yes, you can, yes, you can.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can.
Okay, so the motion on the table is now without a second.
Correct.
So before we go any further, is there a second on the motion to not raise the parks fee?
Second.
Okay, now we're back to where we started. It's been moved and seconded, that we do not raise the parks fee. Further discussion, Counselor Christopher.
Thanks. So the last thing I wanted to say is, the parks don't go away. The parks are there. And we had a 5-year plan to bring up all of the deferred maintenance. It's all been completed. The parks are all safe. The last one that we're working on is Bob Newton. And, I'm sorry? Okay. And Bob Newton will be completed this year. So there is money available to continue that work. It may be delayed, but I believe we have an obligation to our citizens to not only involve the Parks Board in this decision, but involve our citizens in this decision. What you vote for, if you vote for this $1 increase, is what we have done in the past. You're reaching into their wallets without their approval, and you're making that decision for them. And there's already money that's been allocated to those parks through the $4 fee a month. That's it, the end.
Is there further discussion? Ms. Martin?
I kind of echo what Counselor Christopher is saying. You know, I appreciate our parks. Our parks are really well-kept and they've been upgraded for the most part. I don't feel like delaying or not raising the park fee this year is going to significantly negatively impact our kids and their ability to play in the park. I do feel like we haven't made any cuts to anything in this budget cycle, and all of us in our individual lives are having to make cuts. It may not affect me real negatively if I, have to pay an additional $8 a month or every 2 months. But there are people in this community that it will negatively impact. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote yes.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Oh, Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, got it this time.
We got some feedback from some people that hopefully you've read, and I've got several different phone calls. I think there's a difference between wants and needs sometimes, and I think that there are some things that we really need to do, and I think that some of the additional things that we want to do on our parks are wants, and we probably will be able to get to some of those eventually, but I think it's a good time to just kind of listen to our people. So I'll vote yes for it.
Further discussion on the motion? I'm going to ask the city recorder for a roll call vote on this one, please.
Bruce Anderson,
No.
Kathy Clark,
No.
Sarita's not here. Lori Christopher. Yes. Kyle Duran,
Yes.
Daniel Kohler,
Yes.
Susan London, Melissa Martin,
Yes.
Marlene Parsons,
No.
Shani Starr,
No.
Jonathan Thompson,
Yes.
Elaine Wilson.
No.
What was the count?
I'm not sure, I was taking the roll call, so I don't
Okay.
have the count.
Well, you got 6-6, so the motion fails.
Yep. No, there's 11. It's 6.
There,
And the motion carries. Let's do it again, and raise your hands. Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please. Oh,
Wait.
the motion is.
To not raise
No.
it.
To not raise it.
So then that takes away our ability to even talk about the 50.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The proposal is raising it $1. I'm saying leave it the same.
No,
Your motion was not to raise it.
So it takes away our ability, your motion takes away our ability to have the conversation about the 50 cent.
All right.
Well, and she cannot raise it a dollar.
No,
To not raise it at all.
at all. The motion, Ms. Bissett, well, would you ask for her to read back the motion?
Could you read back the motion?
Yes. Let's see. Lori Christopher moved to leave the parks fee at the current fee of $4 per month until the next budget cycle.
Okay.
At all.
It's already been voted, so it's just tough.
Ms.
Well, we had, I mean, we had 6-5 is what we had on the vote.
She had
She had a question because she wasn't sure what the motion was, yeah.
Okay, all those in favor of leaving the parks fee where it is for the next budget cycle?
I'm sorry, but I've got to make a point of order here.
Sure.
We've already conducted a vote on this.
Yeah, but nobody counted it.
But we
certainly did.
Well,
We need to record
I
it.
beg your pardon, but you could actually verify who voted yes and who voted no.
Okay,
And I mean, and I'll do, thought deference. I mean, probably what should have happened, Mr. Chair, is we restate the motion and then voted on that.
Yep.
But the problem is the vote's already taken place.
If she wants to change her vote, she has, she can ask to do so.
Yeah, you haven't brought down the gavel technically.
that's true, I have not closed the vote.
But you could ask if she wants to change her vote.
So you want to change did you vote yes on the motion? And now you want to vote no?
If I vote no, does that mean that we would have the option to possibly change it to the 50 cents?
Yes,
That's what I want.
okay. Then by my count, the motion fails.
Correct.
Okay, the motion fails. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, is there another motion on the parks fee? Ms. London?
I move that we allow 50-cent increase for the parks fee.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved by Ms. London and seconded by Counselor Parsons that we do a 50-cent increase in the parks fee in this coming budget cycle. Is there any discussion on that? Mr. Anderson?
Okay, thank you. I appreciated Counselor Christopher's, where she went with the motion earlier that was defeated. I think keeping the options alive is something that that's why I didn't want to get into why I'm voting no or anything, because I preferred the kind of seeing how we can move forward, but not as ambitiously as what was originally proposed. So that's kind of why I preferred this motion, and why I'll be voting yes on it.
Further discussion on the motion? All right, we'll do this one with a show of hands. All those in favor of raising the parks fee for this cycle by 50 cents, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 yes, all opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion carries. All right, so we've taken care of the parks discussion. We still need to deal with the water rate, the stormwater rate, and the police fee.
Point of order?
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe Mr. Wood's going to ask, do we need to pass the park services fee as amended? Or is this took care of that page?
I don't think we've passed it yet.
We have not passed it. The amendment would be to reduce the park services fee line item number 8 by $42,000 with a corresponding reduction in line 62 capital improvements of $42,000. And that would amend it to reflect the change in the park service fee.
And that would deal with the Park Services Fund
That would be
and the
correct.
Parks Improvement Fund, or not?
Yes, that would.
So it would approve both of those?
We already improved the,
I don't think we did.
here we go.
Have we approved both, have we approved one of the
I
parks?
believe we approved the park
We did do the
improvement.
parks improvement one, we
Okay,
did
my
that
notes
one.
are wrong then.
Correct. We just have the park services.
Okay. Let's, go ahead.
Would you like the motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like to move that we adjust the parks services fee as recommended and approve as amended.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Clark and seconded by Counselor Parsons that we pass the Park Services Fund as amended by our changes to the Park Services fee. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. So by my count, on our public works list, we still have stormwater, water, and water facilities replacement. Counselor Christopher.
I would move to approve the water budget with the 1% increase.
That's what's in it?
Correct.
Correct. So you're moving the water fee, the water budget with the recommended fee?
Correct.
Increase? Okay.
Correct.
And I second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Counselor Christopher and seconded by Counselor Parsons that we pass the water budget as presented. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. And can I have a motion then on the water facilities replacement budget?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Counselor Christopher and seconded by Counselor Parsons that we pass the water facility replacement budget as presented. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, so on our fee list, we have now dealt with the parks fee, we've dealt with the water fee, and we are now on stormwater. We need to pass that fee, or we need to decide what to do with that fee increase and that budget. Counselor Christopher.
I would move that we amend that proposal from a 25% increase to a 3% increase and index it on future years to coincide with the CPI.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Counselor Christopher and seconded by Counselor Starr that we amend the stormwater budget to include a 3% increase that is indexed to CPI. Discussion. Mayor Clark.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Lawyer, and we're going to have to calculate the reduction. The big ticket item is the failing, soon-to-fail stormwater system and that replacement, and that is expensive. Pushing that project out and the risk that it entails, if it should fail prior to replacement, what will happen to the cost that all of the taxpayers will incur?
Well, it will increase because first of all, we'll have to make a temporary repair to get the system functional, to give us time to relocate it, rebuild it. So it's going to increase cost. It's also in the immediate future, we'll scale back the wetlands enhancement project that's planned and out for bid right now on the east side of Claggett Creek on city-owned property. Now, I say that scale it back. Bids come in for that on Thursday, so we'll know what the bids are for sure. The engineer's estimates were 1.4 million, I think. 1.2, 1.4, somewhere right in there. So depending on where the bids come in, we may have to scale back that project as well. Anyway, if they come in higher than the estimate, we'd have to scale it back anyway. Without the fee increase that's been proposed, we will have to probably scale it back to some level.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Counselor Parsons?
Thank you. So one of the things that I remember from a few years ago, well, from 2020 was we decided for the last 5 years not to raise this stormwater fee, knowing full well that one day we're going to have to raise it from the last 5 years. And we had this discussion like 3 years ago, I want to say, on budget. And everybody was saying, nope, we don't need it, we don't need it. And now we do need it, and now nobody wants it. So that's my problem, I guess, is that we, at some point, Environmental Protection Agency is going to say, it's leaking or it's whatever, and you guys better take care of it or we're going to fine you $15,000 a day. Because I set in on the stormwater task force, and those permits are not cheap. There's a lot you have to do in order to even get those permits, and if you don't get the permits, you get fined for not getting the permits. And part of getting the permits is to mitigate these issues and to mitigate these problems. So I don't want to see this raised any more than anybody else does, but I feel like I'm part of the blame because I didn't want to raise the fees 5 years ago or 3 years ago. So that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion on this?
Mr. Wood has his hand
Mr.
up.
Wood, sorry.
Just to clarify, with this current motion, we would be reducing the service fees by $154,100 with the corresponding reduction in the capital outlay.
Thank you. Counselor Kohler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question to make sure that I understand. This increase in the stormwater fee at 25% was to fix it in case it breaks, or is it to fix it, start fixing it now?
It is to design and replace it, realign it before it fails. Hopefully. It's about a 3 or 4 year project to complete. So we're hoping to have it completed before anything fails.
Thank you.
Mayor Clark.
Is failure imminent with that, the system that is being replaced? As in, it's going to fail?
To me, imminent is not, it's going to fail. Imminent is, it's going to fail very soon. I can't look anybody in the eye and confidently say it's imminent, it's going to fail in an imminent fashion. I can look everybody in the eye and say, it is going to fail. I just don't know when. That's the challenge. I mean, it could fail tomorrow, honestly. It could fail 10 years from now, honestly. We just don't know, and we're doing our best projections and best decision-making in identifying the most important areas of our system that need to be addressed, and that's the one that's risen to the top. And unfortunately, it's one of the most expensive ones we've ever identified. It is the most expensive one we've ever identified, so.
Counselor Starr.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Mr. Lawyer, if worst case scenario, it fails July 1st, when we're in the new budget year, and we did this 3% and indexed it, two-part question, could we do an interfund loan transfer, and then how much would we need to, and that might be a Mr. Wood question, if we can do that, move it, borrow, pay it back, right? And then how much are we looking at with that 3% increase and then index it? How long would it take to pay it back? And I know those are going to probably be rough estimates, but I'm just trying to play out the scenarios here if we index it.
I will answer part of the question this way. If the system failed and we had to replace it, realign it, we would find a way to fund it. We'd have to find a way to fund it. Is that an interfund borrow? Is that going to a bank? What does that look like? We'd figure it out. And we'd figure out how to make those payments, cut back on whatever was necessary, maybe come back with an interim rate increase request to help that. But the bottom line is, if it fails, we have to figure out how to fix it. I don't know what that looks like necessarily, but I'm confident in saying we would find a way to take care of it.
Mr. Wood.
With a 3% index, we're looking at about $33,000 of additional revenue. Given the scope of the project, if $3 to $4 million, if we had to go out and borrow that, I would safely say we'd probably have repayments of about $350,000 roughly a year. So we would probably immediately need to increase the rates, probably 30%, to be able to start to afford those payments. This is napkin math, so I'm a little bit of wiggle room.
9 o'clock math, I get it.
Oh, Mr. Lawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention, I mentioned this last night, but I felt like I needed to mention it again. We didn't raise the rates for 5 years, almost 6 years. It'll be 6 years now. But when it comes into effect, it's not Marlene's fault. It's staff's fault. And I mean, I'll own that. I did not recommend rate increases because we didn't have a need for the money. I thought it was disingenuous to the citizens of the community to collect money we didn't know how we were going to use, okay? It just didn't make sense to me to build a piggy bank for someday when we don't know what someday is going to bring, okay? We have reached a point with this utility. We've done enough inspections, video inspections of the system. We have enough time under our belts. We've now identified some really, really big needs. Now we have to figure out how to pay for it. I still believe that we have done the best course of action and taken the right steps from the past to now with this utility as far as funding goes. Again, because I couldn't in good conscience recommend a rate increase when I didn't know how we were going to use the money. Again, I'll say we were down on staffing. That helped us more than I can even appreciate, honestly, in keeping the rates and not needing a rate increase. Again, because we didn't have these identified large capital improvement projects. So I just needed to share that information one more time for the committee.
Thank you. Mayor Clark?
Thank you very much. What I would urge us to do is vote no on this initial proposal and have a conversation about what it's going to look like to responsibly accumulate the funds necessary for this large project that needs to happen. Knowing the dollar amount that this is going to cost, and this initial proposal from staff is spread over a 3-year period. I appreciate that, and to make sure that we are spreading this assessment over the entire community in a small enough increment that we can do it without a large, sudden increase or having to pay debt service. That's not something that the city likes to do. We like those dollars to actually buy something other than debt. So if we could continue this conversation, understanding and appreciating this is a good first look, but run some numbers here and see what we can do for a responsible fee increase that gets us to the dollars we need to build this project in a timely fashion, because there are risks that all of us as residents of this community are assuming if we don't move forward with a project with an identified need. Whether it's 5 years, within 3 or 5 years, if it fails tomorrow, I mean, nobody anticipated that, that break of the sewer line in Kaiser a few months ago, but there was funds available to fix it. I believe we need to be proactive and responsible to have a further conversation about what that looks like. And if we have to put it off for June, that's fine, but let's continue to have this conversation and figure out a reasonable rate increase that is going to help us get there and not put it off, it sounds like, for 10 years with $33,000 versus a huge payment per year.
I'm going to just jump in before I go to Councilor Christopher. I think this does deserve a larger discussion, but I am in support of the motion because I think this gets us started, and then we can continue to have that larger discussion. So I agree with the mayor, but I am on the other side. So Councilor Christopher and then Councilor Kohler.
And I agree with that. I think this gets us started, and I'm open to having further discussions, but I'm not open to passing a 25% fee tonight. But I exactly like that's what my question was. What does that mean? Where do we go? So I'm in total agreement with you, Chair.
Okay. Councilor Kohler, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So earlier I spoke about wants and needs, and this is one of those things that isn't a want, this is something that we need. And so I look at this, and even last night I talked a little bit about this. This is one of those things that it'll bite us in the bunny if we don't take care of it right away. And although 25% sounds like a ton, when you look at the dollar amount, it's $1.25 or $1.92.
$1.92.
Almost $2.
$1.92.
So anyway, thank you.
lot.
Okay. Ms. Martin?
I know that infrastructure isn't always the most fancy, shiny, new thing that we can present to our public, but infrastructure is so important to the well-being of our city. And so I can appreciate the need of making sure that we have the funds in the bank so that if something happens, we can fund it. I'm not sure if 3% is enough to get us there, but, that's my 2 cents.
Or your 3%? Yeah. Any further discussion on this motion? Yep, Councilor Starr.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
That we attach to your 3% and then index it, an immediate action item of revisiting this and coming up with the next steps and looking at what that looks like.
Accepted.
Does the second accept?
Who seconded it? Oh, that was me. Can I?
I thought it was.
Does the second accepts her own amendment?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
All right. All right, any further discussion? Let's do this vote with a show of hands. All those in favor of, oh, go ahead.
Can I hear the motion?
Yeah, Ms. Bazit.
Oh dear, you're going to have to do your part.
I was just gonna ask the city recorder to read it back.
Oh, I like that, but even better.
Okay, Lori Christopher moved to amend the stormwater fund to increase the fee by 3% and that the fee is indexed to CPI in future years to coincide with the increase.
And then her part.
Yes, and with the friendly amendment for the, for it to come up as an immediate action item with next steps.
To determine.
And look at the bigger picture, yep.
Yeah. Okay, does that answer your question, Counselor? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Motion passes.
Motion carries. So with that done, can I have a motion on the stormwater budget as amended? Yes. Before that, Mr. Wood.
Just to clarify, so as you amend it, we'll be reducing the service fees by $154,100 and a corresponding decrease in capital improvements.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion on this budget as amended? Okay, been moved by Ms. London. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Christopher that we pass the stormwater budget as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Okay, who are my noes? Okay, no is Mayor Clark. All right, motion carries. All right, I think that takes care by my count of the public works funds. We've completed the general funds. We are now onto the other funds and the police services fee. And which also corresponds to the last fee we have to discuss tonight, so. Yes.
As we discussed, the police service fee does include an increase. As presented earlier, we would be increasing the single-family residence by 86 cents per month and multifamily dwellings 74 cents per month for a total increase of $74,000. And with that, I'd be free to address any questions.
Just before we get to question, my first question is what happens if we don't increase this fee?
If you don't increase this fee, my recommendation would be you would take it out of the contingency within that fund.
That's right. To what? I didn't hear what he said.
You take it out of the contingency within that fund, within this police services fund.
It's only 75.
Okay, Counselor Starr.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Just to clarify, this fee would be effective January 1st, 2026, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Clark, and then Counselor Duran.
I'll yield to Counselor Duran.
Counselor Duran.
So I'm looking at this and the commercial increase is only 86 cents. Is that per business, how is that?
Correct, that would be per business. When this fee was developed, it was basically off of door front. So if whoever's receiving the utility bill, they would be charged 1 unit of police service fee.
So like, say, Target, is it a separate entity from that complex? Or is it that whole section, all the other stores around it, are they one?
I do believe they pay their own utility bill, so they would be charged 1 unit of police service fee.
So, another follow-up. To me, it seems like commercial, retail should be paying more than 86 cents. I think there should be some way to index the user. I mean, Target, all of those, Lowe's, all of those stores over there seem to take a lot of services from the police. So we've got to come up with a way to calculate usage or need based on their size or their volume, something more than what we're charging them. They're using a lot of services. We need to get some money out of them. Is anybody got any suggestions? Maybe.
Mr. Brown, Counselor Cross? You did it! You did it! You made me do it! I was good all night. Counselor Starr.
So funny. Can I get a new name with
You need a pink one.
I just kind of like need a 3 or 4-sided nameplate. Yeah. So if this fee, first of all, I want to go on the record. I'm in support of continuing the fee as proposed in the budget. My question is, if this is not scheduled to be effective until January 1st, what does it look like to put a task force together to help move the work along of making the water fee more equitable? I know, or the police fee more equitable on the water fee, or on the water bill. Do you see what I'm, like, how does that work? Because we're putting, right? Is that what you're talking about? They're paying 86 cents.
Well, they're paying $6.90 currently, and we're only raising it 86 cents.
Right.
Why are they only paying $6.90 for
That's my,
a huge load on
so
the
how do
police
we
department?
make it more equitable for across the people that are using the services?
Are you asking like how we charge it, like we do stormwater, where there's a service
Yeah.
unit?
Yeah, I mean, we've,
No, I'm talking
No,
about
not
the
by
same way we
call.
charge for storm, like a house is one, whatever they, ESU.
yeah.
But then we talked about at Kaiser Station, when they have all that hard surface, they have a lot more ESUs. Could we tie the police fee to ESUs?
Either by
So-
square footage or
Something like
by
that, yeah.
something.
So that's my question is, because this isn't effective until January 1st, is the proposal, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So. Well. Okay, so if we take it out, first of all, because I fundamentally want this budget to remain whole. And I want us to be more equitable in how we're spreading the cost across our end users, if that's a way to put it. So what does it look like to put a task force together to get that done? And to come up and look and explore the options. And sorry, I keep calling it a water fee. It's a fee on the water bill. It's 9:00. So that's what I'm looking for.
Mr. Brown, do you have any thoughts on that?
We could actually, but before you started saying that, actually, I totally misinterpreted a conversation we had this morning in our ELT. A little afraid to admit it, but when we were talking this morning about these fees, I thought that what the team was talking about was that we would distribute the police fee the same as we would the ESU. Because we do that on impervious surface, which is roofs and parking lots.
Yeah.
And we don't attach it to ground, that's pervious surfaces, which would generally correspond with our services, I think, because the grass and trees don't require much service. So.
Okay, I want to go to Mayor Clark next.
Thank you very much. I'm intrigued with this conversation and two things. One, we've just had a conversation about a fund that was not indexed. This is one that has been indexed so that it continues to increase in increments to maintain a level of service. So I want to discourage us from abandoning that and to proceed with the proposal that we look at a more equitable distribution, understanding that the fee we're charging right now, we have only been using, and that was based on recommendation from 8 or 9 years ago, that this fund 5 positions. And that's how we've been choosing to utilize this, understanding that our police services in general are underfunded. So that this fee is helping fill the gap to a point. But if we don't do that, take it out of contingency right now, we are also undercutting the ability should we need some more funds going forward. So A, I would not want us to stop indexing. I think it's a wise move. And B, I support this task force notion. And C, I want us to be very realistic on the increasing costs that we are incurring, because we heard from the chief, we are losing candidates. This may be another conversation that we're going to need to have. Thank you.
Counselor Christopher.
So I want to talk a little bit. If you remember last year during the budget committee, we had $1,140,000 left in ARPA funds. And Chair Thompson made the motion to put that in police, in the ending fund balance, I believe, of police. And so that's where it is. So what we've done this year is pull $540,000 of that out to pay for police. It still leaves a contingency of $576,000. That's significant. $576,000 in contingency. And when I said, Assistant City Manager Wood, why are we leaving so much money in contingency? We have that money available to us to be able to fund our police department at the current service level. And this increase of 86 cents, 87 cents, what is it? 86 cents is $75,000. That's what that will bring in. But that will hit every single household in the city of Kaiser. And we have $576,000 in contingency, that if we use $75,000 of that, we still have $500,000, $500,000 in contingency in that line item in the police department. How can we, in good conscience, increase that fee on our Kaiser residents when we have money available to fund this, and to fund it at the full budget that has been requested? And I agree 100% with Counselor Starr's recommendation. We're on the right track. This hasn't been done correctly. And the right track is to look at commercial users, because it can't be fair that each individual household pays the exact same as a large commercial entity such as Target, where, how much time do you spend there, Chief? Okay. So I think that I would be ready to move a motion so that we can continue this discussion.
I think I have another question.
Okay, yeah, let's go to Counselor Starr's question first.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. And this might, I don't know who, if this goes to Chief Copeland or Mr. Brown or Mr. Wood, but can you, and it's after 9, so I might have forgotten if you told me already, but what was the reason for postponing, I don't even know if postponing is the right word, but setting the effective date of that increase to January 1st?
Good question. We moved to January 1st. Actually, it was before I was on board with the city. The previous finance director wanted to coordinate so that all of the city services rate increases happened at the same time and corresponded with the city of Salem. So that's the only reason. So we only have
They corresponded with the city of Salem?
The sewer piece, yeah.
Okay.
We only wanted to have to explain to residents the fee structure one time a year. Typically, when we do the increases, historically, we get maybe 20, 30 calls when people get their bill and say, oh, hey, what's going on? And a lot of time it's like, oh yeah, it's January 1st, I forgot. I realized that, the rate increase is always hit in January. So that's really the only reason. We could choose a different effective date. Things like the police fee, it's easy to parse out to do something different if council decides to do something different that way.
You look like you have another question.
Was it that obvious? But yes, thank you. May I?
Of course.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. So if we were to take it out of contingency, I'm just going to play a what-if game for now, because again, we need to keep the department whole. Walk me through, so a fee would take effect January 1st, and then it would be effective for the entire calendar year, right? And then we would come back in July for another fee effective July. So what would happen if we took that 76,000 out of contingency for the calendar year of 2026? And then we come back around and budget next year, in May, and we're looking at a fee that wasn't indexed. How would we do? And again, so now I'm going to ask you to really go out on a limb here. How, is there any relative confidence that this, if we did this task force and we looked at making that fee more equitable among the end users, is there relative confidence that we could make up some of that ground that we would lose by taking it out of contingency this year and not raising it, and then coming back and making up that kind of that lost ground, if you will, with that equitable change in how the fee is?
Sure.
Did I make any sense at all at 9:20?
Yeah, you did. You did make sense. But I think, I don't want to get lost the bigger issue, which is the $2 million that we are over under for our revenues. And like I said, this amount for this $75,000 for this year's increase is really just a small amount. What we need to do is make the case to our community that it's needed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I agree.
So, this, $75,000 is really a drop in the bucket when we're talking, the police budget you approved was $12 million out of our $17 million general fund budget. So, if we want to talk about looking forward, I think we'd probably better spend our time working on the bigger issue and making the campaign for something that's sustainable over the.
And equitable.
And equitable, yes.
But
yes.
And I don't disagree with that statement. I think my question is, understanding that we're looking at, significant amount of fee increases on residents' bills, right? So that's one issue, trying to navigate that, keeping the police budget whole, which again, I think we have to find a way to do that tonight, and maybe that's out of contingency for this year only.
Yep.
But in order to do that and for me to feel good about making that kind of a vote, I'm looking for some kind of a magic 8-ball answer from Mr. Wood in the magic number game. Is there any relative confidence that we can make some of that ground up if we don't index it? If we lose 1 year of the indexing?
Mr. Wood? So just doing after 9 o'clock math again.
It's my favorite.
We have roughly 300 commercial type of accounts. Some of those are obviously small shops that may have increased police services needed. Some may not. Just a rough average, we'd have to increase each of them $250 to break that even point. So I'm understanding we got it 75,000 that we'd have to spread over about 300 accounts. How we do that, we'd have to figure out a reasonable method, whether that's based off of their size or something like that. And it would take some administrative work to come up with sizes and that kind of a thing. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we could spread that over those accounts.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure there's no other. Ms. London.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, I don't understand why residential is more expensive than multifamily or is the same price as commercial?
Mr. Wood?
So with the multifamily, they get hit that charge for each door front. So if it's a duplex, they get hit with that fee twice. So the rationale at the time was that there would be some synergies that, because they live so close, both of them wouldn't be calling for police service at the same time.
Does that answer your question?
No. Because it still comes down to, when I look at this, it says residential and commercial is 86 cents.
Right. I think that's what we're talking about, trying to.
Okay, but even multifamily, if it's a duplex, you've got two people paying for it. Why would they pay less than someone who lives in a single home?
It's the same.
They don't necessarily need more services. If anything, you might have more calls at a duplex or a triplex than you do at a single-family home. So I just don't understand why there's that discrepancy.
Mayor Clark, do you want to take that?
Actually, I think Mr. Wood was going to
I
answer
guess a
that.
follow-up, in addition to being charged, if it's a duplex, they get that fee twice. It's a little bit lower on a per place because we're also factoring in vacancy. So we're not necessarily making the assumption that the multifamily is full 100% of the time. So if you have a 74-unit complex, I can't remember the exact math, but we figured it was 92% full all the time. So that's why they're getting a little bit of a discount as well.
Right,
Thank you.
that was it.
Mayor Clark?
That was it.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on this fund?
That would hurt my head.
Is anybody willing to make a motion on this fund? Okay, I was just checking.
Wow. Somebody's a little saucy at
Yeah.
9:20.
Yes.
Counselor Christopher.
I would move that I would move that we approve this fund, not increasing the police fee, but taking the $75,000 out of contingency for this year and initiating a work group or task force, whatever you would like to call it, to immediately start to work on this to determine a more equitable way to establish the cost for these police. Something like that.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Counselor Christopher and seconded by Ms. London that we do not increase the fee this year. We keep the police department whole with the contingency.
Correct.
And that we create a task force to look at how to make this fee more equitable across commercial and
Yes,
residential accounts. Is that your motion?
correct.
Okay.
Something very similar to that.
Discussion on the motion. Mayor Clark.
Thank you. While I support the task force and looking at the equitable distribution, I'm going to be voting no because I really believe that continuing to index appropriately, as we just had the conversation about when we don't index, just keeps the funding on par and doesn't lead to large increases later on.
Any further discussion? Ms. Martin? And Mr. Anderson?
I have to say, I do have a little bit of concern about, we're already, it would possibly put us behind the 8 ball in the future. And if we want to attract the best police officers for our police force, if we don't fully fund them, I'm concerned about how that's going to affect the services that we provide in the future.
Mr. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple of questions I actually have here. First, a statement. So once upon a time when I did serve on the council, I absolutely have been wholeheartedly and continue to be wholeheartedly in support of this fee for our police. I feel that's in my opinion, the number one priority of the city, and I'm sure everybody on the panel does as well. So I want to ask a question, though, with respect to if let's say we're not going to approve the fee, but I don't know if anyone can answer a question with respect to if this fee is to be indexed or has been set up on an index basis. What's the effect on this going forward? Or is this going to be yet to be determined by this task force? That's one question I would have.
Counselor Parsons and then Ms. Wilson.
And another question I have is, if we take the money out of contingency, does that hurt anything? What does that do? Does that take away from other parts of the police department, or since we've already used $500,000 for other parts anyway?
It's contingency.
But we already used $500,000 of
What,
that
you wanna take that?
contingency.
Sure, yeah, I mean, the general fund is the balancing fund for every fund. So that's where we have the largest, that's why we have a large contingency there, because if the stormwater or any part were to need extra funding, we ultimately would tap there.
Okay.
We do have a fund balance there and a planned way to use it, and then,
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, remind me what yours was.
So the question, Mr. Brown, is if we're not increasing the fee, but the fee was established, to be indexed, has been indexing up to this point. What's
Yeah.
the effect on the indexing going forward?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not officially been indexed. By practice, it has been indexed to those 5 positions. By
Okay.
policy, it's not indexed, but by practice, it has been. So if we skip a year, then that fee is not generating the income for the 5 positions that, in practice, that we have been paying for it.
Okay, great, thank you.
I think it was, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you. So I'm trying to do some math here. We're talking about increasing 25%, correct? From $4 to $5.
No,
That's the parks fee.
Ron, please.
Okay, so what is the percentage that you're talking about increasing?
86 cents.
86. Yeah, what is the percent?
The actual percentage is 12.5%.
12.5. So what would it look like if, again, as a compromise, we were to look at 10%? Because, I mean, people will be looking, when you're presenting that 12.5 versus 10, 10 looks better than 12.5. We're talking about a little bit of money here, but it sounds better than not increase at all, or to increase 12.5. Thank you.
And then,
Counselor
and then
Stark.
would you take the rest out of take the rest of that, the difference out of contingency?
We could.
So you're maintaining a little bit of that increase? That's actually a really good idea.
So we've had a motion not to increase the fee. We're now having discussion about increasing the fee 10% and taking the rest out of contingency. So my question is, do the mover and the second want to go that direction?
No.
I do.
I second.
Susan was the mover.
Susan was the mover. Who was, and Counselor Christopher was the second.
No, I'm sorry, I'm the mover, she's the second. So sorry.
Oh, I thought I seconded it.
So you could do
You
it.
seconded the last one.
I'm so confused.
So,
You could do a motion to amend.
so you could do a
I
motion
need my
to amend.
pumpkin hat.
You could do a motion to amend.
I'll motion to amend.
Okay. Right.
No, this is a
Can you
motion.
make-
This is a motion to amend. So we have, so it's been moved that we amend the motion. So instead of a no increase, it's a 10% increase.
Is that right?
Yes.
I don't think that's right.
No, we have to vote on this because.
No,
Because it was a.
A motion-
And I said no.
a motion to amend is in order.
It is?
Yes.
See?
Yes.
Yes. The main motion on the table is up for discussion. So a motion to amend a motion is in order.
And I second the motion to amend.
Okay.
No.
No,
This is a motion rather than a friendly.
this is not a friendly amendment. This is a hostile amendment. All right. So the motion we are about to vote on is to amend was to amend the previous motion. The effect will be, we increase the police fee 10%, we take the additional 2.5% out of contingency, and then we have a task force that looks at how to equalize things between my house and Target.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we ask for a partial dollar figure of that 10%? So instead of 86%, it's what, 72?
86 cents, not 86.
I know.
Or 86 cents, it's not 86 cents, it's now 72 cents?
No, 67.
67, okay. Is that right?
He's crunching.
You guys are not fair at all. So my math would be that we would reduce the 74,000 by 16,200.
And then take that out of contingency.
Take that out of,
Okay.
Okay, so that's where we at. We're looking at a 10% increase in the police fee and a task force. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Counselor Christopher is opposed?
And Kohler.
And Kohler.
Motion
All right,
passes.
motion passes. So now the motion on the floor is to approve the police fee as amended, with a 10% increase in a task force.
So moved.
So move.
We already, that's the motion, I don't think we need to move that. I think that's the motion on the floor now.
Oh.
Because she originally moved to pass this budget with no increase. We amended the motion to pass the budget
Got it.
with an increase of 10%, taking the rest out of contingency.
Oh, we're done.
And so now the amendment passed, now we need to pass the budget.
Oh, the police got it.
Yeah. Okay,
Second.
all right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, police services fee is passed. I know that it's late, but these last few budgets are relatively small.
They are.
So with your permission, I would like to get through them tonight so we don't have to come back on Thursday.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let's go. ARPA.
okay, this is really a placeholder budget. This is a wrap-up. We had to have all of our ARPA funds committed by December 31st, 2024. So I just went through the process of committing them. We have until December 31st, 2026 to spend them. Basically, what you're seeing in this budget is carryover projects from last year that we didn't get finished. And what we're looking at doing with the remaining ARPA funds is the turf field Phase 2. And I am on page 146. And then we have some city-owned property work that we're working on. We're moving the dirt out at the Rollins property. So that's one project that we need to wrap up. And then we are also working on the design work on Verda to Dearborn. And those are the main projects we have. We're also moving $561,200 to the police fund this year, police department. And that is the ARPA fund for this year. And I'm going to be very happy when this is done.
Questions on the ARPA budget? Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, do I have a motion on the ARPA budget?
Yes, I motion to approve the American Rescue Plan Act budget as proposed.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Duran and seconded by Councilor Kohler. We approve the American Rescue Plan budget as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Event Center.
Moving on to the event center, we did miss our revenue target by a little bit. As requested when we did the rate increase a year and a half ago, we did reach out before that became effective, worked with a lot of the recurring folks that come here. They got all their work in, so a lot of that rate increase is being pushed out into next year. I do think that we'll be able to hit the target. We have a group that's working very hard. This year's revenues will be I believe will be the most that the event center has ever made. So I'm feeling very, very pleased with that. Personnel, we do have a little bit of movement, although the big increase is related to PERS. We do have a marketing plan when we look at materials and services. We've been working with Andrew Branding, who's, I guess, moving on to other things. So we actually have, I can't think of their name now. a group out of Salem that's helping us put together our marketing. So we have a pretty solid plan for that. Ironically, it was the same people that we used pre-COVID. So they're like, oh yeah, we already have a file for you. So that was kind of nice. It felt like we were coming home. I do apologize as far as the furniture and fixtures go. We've been looking at chairs and I forgot to bring the sample. We were looking at a different chair versus a catering type of a chair in order to save some storage space. It's more of a modular kind of a chair. Sitting in it, it feels a little bit low, so we have a sample that I was going to bring. So I'm not sure if we're super excited about it, but we do have quotes to move forward with everything. If we like the modular chair, it's going to be $53,000. If we go with the typical catering kind of chair that we have now, it's going to be about $43,000, and we're ready to place the order this week. So we just need to make sure that we're feeling good about the style of chair, and that'll leave us a little bit of dollars for the next month and a half. We have some screens that we want to get replaced, and we're also looking at adding some directional lighting to aim at the stage. So we did intentionally sit on some of these expenditures this year until we got towards the end of the year to see how our revenues came in, to make sure that we could actually afford what we're looking at doing. Big thing, we are still aware and very cognizant of the audio-visual system, both here and over there. We have one quote that, as I indicated yesterday, made us puke. So we're looking at getting several other quotes. We have a meeting tomorrow with our current service providers who are going to be working on a quote for council chambers. And if everything goes well with that, then we'll move out to the event center to get some of that stuff repaired. With that, we have $150,000 in contingency, so if something does come up with the event center, we have some dollars to move forward with some repairs. And with that, I'd be free to address any questions.
Questions on the event center budget? Counselor Starr.
Mr. Wood, how many employees are paid for out of this fund?
Directly out of this, we have 2 employees, and then we have 0.7, which is in the administrative service line. So we have, the entire fund is paying for 2.7 employees plus a handful of temporary on-call folks.
Thank you. I have several follow-ups. So the 0.7 is our Monday through Friday person who does handles the reservations.
Correct.
And then the other 2 FTE is one daytime and one nighttime?
One is somewhat of a swing shift, comes in about lunchtime and works till 9-ish. It's kind of a weird schedule because we also coordinate to have someone here on a Saturday in the event there's an event.
Okay.
Then we have the event center manager, Lily, who kind of flexes her schedule all over the place to be here when she needs to be.
Okay. Follow up? Yep. Thank you. So when we waive the personnel, when a group comes in, and this kind of goes back to the needs and wants conversation and having to make some hard decisions when we look at funding and what we're waiving and what we're not waiving. When those requests come in, correct me if I'm wrong, we're also waiving the staffing costs for many of those organizations. And that is coming right off the top. So we're not only waiving the rental fees, we're also waiving the staffing.
That is correct.
Correct. Do we know what a total is for the year that we would waive in staffing costs?
Wouldn't the rental fee include the staffing costs though?
No, they're 2 different figures.
So if I come in here as, whatever, and I rent this for my daughter's birthday party, I would pay a rental fee and a staffing fee?
No. The rental fee is just the revenue coming in. The staffing fee is the actual hard cost that the city is paying the employees to staff these events.
Right.
So it's, you'd like to assume that the fees that we're charging is enough to cover the staffing.
Right, that was
and
my
for the
point.
paid events,
That was
yes.
my point.
yes.
But when we waive it, though, we get 2 different figures when it comes before council. we get the cost, the room waiver, and then we get a personnel staffing cost,
Correct.
correct, in our report. I think that I love that we waive a room use fee. I think at some point we have to start having hard conversations about whether or not we're going to continue waiving the staffing. Because that, to your point, we continue seeing PERS increases, insurance, right? Everything that goes into an employee, we're starting to see those costs, they're continuing to escalate, right? So for me, when I look at that as a counselor, I'm seeing this request to waive the room use fee. And to me, that's the wear and tear on the room. That's the use of the audiovisual equipment. That's the wear and tear on the carpet. That's to cover, the cleaning for the restrooms, setup, all of that, right? I think that as a council, we have to start having a conversation about whether we're going to continue waiving the personnel costs for that, because what are we netting right now? 25, my fuzzy 930 math, what are we netting, 25,000? What's our net after our rentals from our expenses?
You're correct, we're about that
We're at
area.
about 25,000,
correct.
okay, so fuzzy math at 930 I'm still doing okay. So that's a concern to me, because that means that's just not a lot for being in the event facility rental business, which I don't think we are. But I would like to see us consider recovering our staffing costs.
Further questions on this, or further question on this fund? Is there, Mayor Clark?
Just one thing, and thank you for that conversation. I think that's something we can look at kind of in an annual review of our resolution regarding the center. One thing that I discussed with Mr. Brown was to start to include either a sinking fund or a capital improvement list. So we talk about and we continue to verbalize the needs that were identified. And I know apparently the list exists because Mr. Wood read from it. So I would like to request that it be included in here so we have that framework and know what's coming. So we can be excited about it or understand how these funds are being invested for the long-term benefit to the community.
All right.
Thank you.
Further questions on this fund? Mr. Vice Chair, do we have a motion?
I motion to approve the event center funding as provided.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Duran and seconded by Councilor Kohler. We approve the Event Center Fund as presented. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. PEG Fund.
Moving on to the PEG Fund. This is the fund that we use to cover the broadcast of our city council meetings, committee meetings, those kind of things. As we discussed earlier, we did make an amendment, or we want to make assume you want to make an amendment to reduce this by $2,900 to move the parade costs from this fund to the other fund, since it would just be duplicate here. As I indicated earlier, this is the first year that we're going to be transferring a little bit of dollars from the general fund to pay for the broadcast production costs. As you all know, our Comcast agreement allows us to buy equipment, but it does not let us pay for materials and services. So we're going to be looking at this over the next several months to evaluate alternatives to try to reduce the production costs, those kind of things, so we can get this to a more sustainable model moving into the future. We do have a fair amount of equipment dollars that we are going to be spending. Some of that will be for fixing the audio in this room as soon as possible.
Why would we need to do that?
Because I don't want city councilors to complain anymore, ever.
You don't ask a lot.
Does that include my rope lighting?
All right. Are there any questions on this fund? All right, Mr. Vice Chair.
I motion to approve the Public Education Government Fund, PEG Fund, with the modifications to reduce. As amended, I guess, since you already, as amended. Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Duran and seconded by Councilor Kohler that we approve this fund as amended by our previous action. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Kaiser Youth Peer Court.
Kaiser Youth Peer Court, this is somewhat of an endowment fund. We're collecting interest revenues on this and occasionally a donation. At some point, I believe after 5 or so years, the city council can decide how they want to use these funds to reinvest back into Kaiser Youth Peer Court. With that, we're looking at getting about $500 of interest earnings this year.
Questions on this one? Okay, Mr. Vice Chair.
I motion to approve the Kaiser Youth Peer Court as proposed.
Second.
Been moved by Vice Chair Duran and seconded by Councilor Kohler. We approve the Kaiser Youth Peer Court as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Housing Rehabilitation Program.
Pages 152, 153 are basically the same explanation. These are revolving loan funds. They're zero interest. We've given out dollars to the community to make either housing rehabilitation kind of improvements or energy efficiency kind of improvements. As we receive those dollars in, once we get to the point where we've received half of those back, we'll re-up this program to get the funds back into the community again. Right now, with both of them, we're probably 2 to 3 loan repayments away from reactivating them. And with that, I'll turn it over, and you can approve them both at the same time if you so choose, or you can do them separately.
Is there any questions? Mr. Vice Chair, let's approve them both.
I motion to approve both the Housing Rehabilitation Fund and the Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund as presented.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair Duran and seconded by Mayor Clark that we approve the Housing Rehabilitation Fund and the Energy Efficiency Revolving Loan Fund as presented. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Kaiser Station Local Improvement.
With this fund, this is a debt service fund. We receive assessment payments from the businesses out at Kaiser Station for all the infrastructure we put in. We take those assessment payments and turn around and pay down the debt that we use to finance those. I am happy to say that we are on track to have all of it paid off in 2029. That'll be a couple years before the actual maturity date of our debt. At that point, we will have some dollars that will go back, and we'll have to do some allocation between some of the funds, but there will be a general fund pickup. So I'm excited about that. So with that, I'd be free to address questions.
Questions on this fund? Mr. Vice Chair.
I motion to approve the Kaiser Station LID Fund as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Duran and seconded by Councilor Kohler that we approve the Kaiser Station LID Fund as presented. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. PERS Obligation Fund.
This is a new fund this year. As we've talked about during the long-range planning meetings, we've stumbled into an issue with our PERS and our 457 deferred compensation plans. We've worked through the resolution. We are going to be using a short-term loan from the transportation improvement to pay PERS as they correct the retirees' accounts. Once that is completed, we will turn around and do a permanent financing. It's anticipated that the total dollar amount financed will be about $3.5 million. I'm happy to say that PERS is moving full steam. They started processing about 15 of the retirees this year, or this week. So we're starting to get some very happy retirees. A lot of positive comments thanking us for doing something that they thought many of their other employers would not do. So I think that's a testament to the city council for their guidance through this. With that, I'd be free to address any questions.
Mayor Clark and then Councilor Christopher.
I want to absolutely commend Mr. Brown and Mr. Wood for exemplary work on this issue. It has been extremely complex. It was a huge undertaking, and the credit, sirs, go to you.
Councilor Christopher?
How many employees did this impact?
This impacted 74 employees.
And how many have been resolved?
I was worried you were going to ask that. I want to say that we're over half now.
Okay. And so when is it, it's all in, have you done your part, or does PERS have everything now and we're just waiting on PERS?
I have two retirees that have passed away that I'm waiting for PERS to give me guidance on how to resolve their accounts.
Okay.
And then I have two that I've reached out to a couple times and haven't heard anything back. We did have one of the retirees that said, yeah, I don't really care. It's probably not going to impact me anyway, so don't worry about it. So, and looking at his account, it really won't have much of an impact, so.
So, okay, so one employee said that he didn't want to have his account fixed?
Correct. He worked with us and then went off and worked at another employer after us. So his final average salary was based off his employment elsewhere. And he left before the individual account program came into play. So he probably wouldn't get much of anything as far as a increase in benefits.
Okay, and so we have documentation of that and everything?
We do.
Okay, great. So then you are only working on 4 employees left, and then your work is completely done, and it's in PERS hand?
That is correct.
And do we have any anticipated completion date from PERS? I know the answer to this.
They have not promised anything,
Yeah.
but with the way that they're going, I would anticipate probably within a month to 2 months.
That this will be completely resolved and we'll know what the final number is?
Correct.
Great. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair?
I motion to approve the PERS obligation fund as presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Durant. It's seconded by Councilor Kohler that we approve the PERS obligation fund as presented. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, the last thing on our agenda before we get to our final motions of the night is the outside budget requests, which I show we have taken care of, except for the traffic safety bikeways request and the Salem Chamber request. Does anybody have any? Yes, sir.
Oh, you're correct.
Yeah, okay. So, does anybody want to do anything with the Salem Chamber request? I think that was $3,000 to join the Salem Chamber. All right. Does anybody want to do anything with the Traffic Safety Bikeways and Pedestrian Committee request? All right, moving on. Mr. Wood, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think now we need Councilor Duran to make a couple of motions, one to accept the budget and one to set the tax rate. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Vice Chair Duran.
Do we need to come up with a dollar figure for this one, or is it?
That's a Tim Wood question,
Do,
because we changed some stuff.
yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
It's gonna be amazing. $74,884,400 is the total budget.
Okay. I move that the Budget Committee of the City of Kaiser approve the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $74,884,400.
Second.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded that we approve the budget as we have discussed tonight. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, and there's one more motion.
Okay. I move that the Budget Committee of the City of Kaiser approve the full permanent rate of $2.83.8 per 1,000 of assessed value on the tax rolls for the City of Kaiser for fiscal year 2025, 2026.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we, the City of Kaiser approve the full tax rate of $2.08 and 2.0838 per thousand. assessed value for the tax rolls. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Counselor Christopher.
I just want to say before we adjourn that I thought you did an outstanding job as chair.
Thank you.
And there's just no substitute
I am not the only one that talked to Counselor
I get
Cross
it,
down
man.
there, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Anderson?
Well, sorry, this is kind of my first coming back to the rodeo here, but I just really want to appreciate Tim Wood.
Absolutely.
And the amazing job that he does year in and year out, so thank you.
And thank you to all the staff that stuck it out with us and put up with our questions. So we appreciate you all. Thank you. All right, we are adjourned.